Coach Bob Schroeder from Hillside Christian Church. Thanks for being with us, Bob.
You're all in. Let's go. Father, today we come just full of gratitude for the blessings each day that we do experience. We know that all good comes from you. So our prayer today is that your blessing, your watch care is over this meeting, over each one who participates, each one who brings wisdom. And we pray that in all things that we will honor you as we work. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Those who want to join in with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is public address. No worries. The agenda's so long today, I thought we were going. Yeah. Johnny, are you ready?
I think Steph's doing it.
Okay. Oh, Stephanie, I'm sorry.
We have a new public address form. We had 2 additional signups right about meeting time.
Thank you. Now we can pass. Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right. We thank you for participating in today's council meeting. Your input and your opinions are very important to us, and we're glad that you are here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items. Every speaker will have 3 minutes to address council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep letting you know you have 30 seconds left. We ask that you stay within this 3 minutes to be respectful of everyone's time. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to items on our posted agenda today. Doing so helps the City Council ensure we are following the Texas Open Meetings Act and are able to have an effective meeting for all. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and whether or not you live inside the city limits of Amarillo. We do have several public hearings today, and so if you're here to speak on one of our items that has a public hearing, we would just ask that you make your comment either during public address or during the public hearing so that we can keep an accurate record of our meeting today. It's up to you. It's your choice on which of those times you'd like to speak. So now that we've got the rules out of the way, we are going to start with Mr. Ryan Brightbill today. And on deck after Ryan will be Kim and Courtney Seymour.
Can I have someone pass out this to each counselor? Am I good to go?
Yep, you may start.
Okay. In September of 2021, I founded Panhandle Texans for Medical Choice after the Biden administration announced a flurry of vaccine mandates. Currently, my group has close to 800 members in 26 Texas Panhandle counties, with the majority being in Potter and Randall counties. As the founding member, I urge you to vote against non-consent item M on the agenda. My issues are with the price tag at $2.5 million and approximately 200,000 Amarillo residents. You are spending $12.50 for each Amarillo resident with this award money. The proposed vaccine messaging campaign will only produce subjective talking points from the Biden administration, FDA, CDC, and Dr. Anthony Fauci. Voices of well-credentialed and qualified physicians like Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Robert Malone, the 4,500 plus medical practitioners and 3,000 plus other medical and public health scientists who have signed the Great Barrington Declaration will not be heard within this vaccine messaging campaign to make it objective. This vaccine messaging campaign is late. By now, most have decided with certainty if they will or will not get the vaccine. Let me remind you, the vaccine will not prevent someone from contracting, transmitting, hospitalization, ventilation, or dying from COVID or a variant. Early treatment of COVID-19 or a variant is critical within the messaging. VAERS reports should also be considered. I think public has the right to vaccine skepticism along with being able to make health and medical decisions for themselves. It is ludicrous for the Biden administration to think that they have the high ground on what is safe and healthy in terms of vaccines while announcing yesterday that they are going to fund programs to hand out crack pipes and other illicit drug paraphernalia. With this, the Biden administration, FDA, CDC, and Dr. Fauci have lost all credibility. The Biden administration is looking for society who is dependent upon frequent COVID-19 boosters and Schedule I drugs. Again, I urge you to vote against non-consent item M and spend the $2.5 million on higher priorities like the Department of Parks and Recs to promote healthy exercise to fight the COVID-19 comorbidity of obesity in Amarillo. Your time and consideration are most appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brightbill. Next, Kim and Courtney Seymour, if you want to make your way up to the podium. And on deck will be Kylie Patterson. As a reminder, when you come to the podium, if you'll please announce your name and whether or not you live in the city of Amarillo.
My name is Kim Seymour, and this is my daughter, Courtney Seymour, and I'm going to let her speak first.
Here's a little piece of my story. God has healed me spiritually, mentally, and physically. I was down to 81 pounds and actively dying. God saved my life. 2015 is when I hit rock bottom. In 2017, I was diagnosed as vaccine injured and heavy metals poisoned. I started detoxing and had a seizure because the detoxing was working against my amalgam filling. In 2018, I got my amalgam filling removed. I was in a wheelchair for a month and a half. I started detoxing again. 3 years later, my detoxing efforts have been successful. Praise God. My mom and I published a book about my healing journey.
Hold up the book for y'all to see it. I'm so thankful that back in 2015, I had no idea that she was vaccine injured and heavy metals poisoned. I don't think I would have been so brave during her fight for survival. An urgent care NP asked her if she was afraid to go to sleep at night for fear that she would not wake up the next morning. Courtney said yes, and she began a hard, blubbering cry. When the ER had refused to care for her for the 5th time in 1 week, I started telling myself each night, don't be surprised if you wake up and she has died during the night. However, when Courtney told me that an angel had come to the foot of her bed and told her she was not going to die, that was such a relief to me as a Christian. Later, when she was in ICU, an on-call doctor came into her room. He had a shocked look on his face. He admitted to me that he expected to see an elderly person lying in the bed. He said to me, I want to let you know that I have spent the past hour looking through her chart. I hope you don't mind. I think it is safe for me to admit that we have no idea what we are doing with her. Her condition has me puzzled. I am going to pray for her. In 2017, when she was diagnosed as vaccine injured and heavy metals poisoned, it was a relief. At least we were narrowing things down. This is when I began to research the ingredients of vaccines. I was horrified. What are the ingredients of the COVID-19 shot? Nobody really knows because the package insert is blank. This is almost $2.5 million that is being proposed, should be going towards the vaccine injured, not a marketing campaign for this shot. We must speak for the ones who cannot speak for themselves. These shots are not immune boosters, they are neurotoxins. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. We are CompassionWithKim.com, and we have co-authored this book. May God strike this campaign down.
Kim and Courtney, thank you for your comments. Next to the podium, Kylie Patterson. And is Mr. Ray Rakes in attendance? If not, on deck we'll have Blake Goldstein.
My name is Kylie Patterson, and I am in Amarillo city limits. Her story's not the only one that I've heard about vaccine injuries. That's not what I was going to talk about, but she is not the only one. And to hear stories of people going and doctors going, we don't know what's wrong, this is unexplainable, that should be a red flag to shut this down. I've passed around 2 different papers for you guys. One of them is the VAERS numbers for U.S. territories. I'd like you to look at that top number. Is 10,000, almost 11,000 deaths in the U.S. worth pushing this injection when people are being injured like this? 51,000 hospitalizations, 92,000 urgent care visits, miscarriages, heart attacks, myocarditis. The numbers are staggering. I know people who every day are dying from this injection, and it breaks my heart. It absolutely breaks my heart. And if you push this $25,000 bill, that 10,000 number is going to look more like this 23,000 number that is U.S. numbers of deaths from this injection. And I call it an injection for a reason. A vaccine should stop prevention or infection, and this is not. I can't tell you how many people, everyone I know who's gotten it has gotten COVID. I have not gotten COVID. I've also, in a sense, treated all of my friends and family who have come down with COVID with Dr. Peter McCullough and all of the 45,000 doctors who have been telling people you need zinc, vitamin D, quercetin, and vitamin C, along with ivermectin. I have been treating every single one of my friends with this for the last 6 months, and every single one of them has been better within 2 days. And that right there is why early treatment, if we can focus this $25,000 on early treatment as opposed to a vaccine, an injection that's not working, we could stop this COVID in its tracks. And that's what I'm urging you to do, is people need to see the polarization on both sides. We're only getting pushed one side. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. It's safe when it's not. And the numbers are in front of you. I hope and pray that each and every one of you will look deeper into this and look at the other side of things and look into some of the stories of people who are dealing with lifelong debilitating illnesses from this injection. And think twice about pushing a $25 million bill that's going to only push one side of this, because there's 2 sides to it. And the other side, the people who are injured, we're fighting for our voices to be heard. So I hope you hear my voice today, and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Checking one more time, Mr. Ray Rakes. Okay, come on up to the podium. And on deck after Mr. Rakes will actually be Julie Lamb.
Thank you. Thank y'all. I heard about Buc-ee's wanting to come here. How many of you been to Buc-ee's? Big place, isn't it? Lots of stuff in there. Lots of things. And they're a big organization. They're coming in with big money, aren't they? Yeah. My question is, how much are they going to take away from other businesses here in the city? Both our fuel companies, but also our restaurants. People stop in there and get souvenirs. They have no reason to stop other places, because that's the kind of business it is. It's a service one, great big, lots of stuff. They're very nice. Nothing against them. But I'm not sure that's what Amarillo and the other businesses in Amarillo need. Because, yes, they'll bring a lot of jobs, but how much after 2 or 3 years will they take away from other things? That's my comment. Hope to see you in November. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rakes. Council, we had Blake Goldstein sign up to share comments, and those are in front of you, but he will not be speaking today. So next up is Julie Lamb, and on deck after Ms. Lamb will be James Shank.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Lamb, and I do live here in Amarillo. I'm here today to speak on agenda item 3M. Before there is a vote on the $2.5 million award grant to Mary Coyne Marketing Firm, LLC from Amarillo Public Health, I have more questions than comments. I know my questions can't be answered at this time, but I want to give you all the opportunity to show transparency and honesty to the citizens of Amarillo and address these prior to approval of these funds being awarded. For the last year, we have been inundated with information about COVID-19 and the COVID-19 vaccine. In recent weeks and days, the vaccination narrative has begun to dissipate in countries across the world, given all the information that has started to surface about the safety and effectiveness of the vaccine. In fact, the CEO of Pfizer has stated that the vaccine is ineffective against the newest variant. Although I'm not here to debate whether one should or should not get the vaccine, based on the latest VAERS numbers and CDC documents, I think many of us know the safe and effective label is now debatable, and I hope those using these words will one day be held accountable. But that is a discussion for a later time. I'm here to ask what the stipulations are for receiving this grant from the Texas Department of State Health Services. Is this money only rewarded to educate and promote the COVID-19 vaccine? Can it not be used to address healthy living choices, alternative treatment options, mental health and suicide, or drug addiction? These are health services that should be addressed in our community right now. Is the City of Amarillo keeping any portion of the $2.5 million, or is the proposal from Mary Coyne Marketing Firm utilizing all $2.5 million? Were there other marketing firms approached about the possible contract that didn't come with the $2.5 million price tag? Does the City of Amarillo have a marketing team that can perform this campaign? Have we already used and paid for a marketing firm to promote COVID-19 vaccination with CARES funds we have already received and distributed? If so, what was the impact or increase in vaccination percentage after using those funds? I realize that this may just be free money, but answering these questions for the public will demonstrate whether you are good stewards of the money you receive and if you truly spend the money where and how it needs to be spent based on the needs of this community. I personally think $2.5 million of public health money can be spent in better ways than pushing a COVID-19 vaccine. Everyone knows it exists, and it's easily accessible. If you can and choose to answer these questions, it might boost voter confidence that the City Council needs. It will demonstrate honesty and full disclosure about the funds received and putting them to use in the best interest and needs of its citizens. I look forward to hearing the answer to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb, for your comments. Next up, Mr. Skank, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. On deck will be Clifton Phillips.
Have a name like that, you get called a lot of things. Shank's a bad one. It's a bad golf shot or something you get stabbed with in prison. I'd rather be a skank. I understand they have more fun. So, anyway, let's have some fun here for a minute. I want to talk about this, what we're doing right now, this public comment. I still think we've got it backwards. I appreciate the comments that come up today, but we're doing it before the fact, before the discussion of the agenda item, before what y'all would say, whether we would actually be concerned about what it is. We should be able to speak after y'all have your discussion, not before, because we know not what you're going to say. And then I'd like to move on to talk about 1G, the progress update for City Hall. I understand by asking around that we're actually going to put more money toward the City Hall project out of the ARP by upwards of $3 million. Maybe y'all can speak to that. Because of a new calculation that has gone on. And the calculation is confusing. It's really not. You bet on the fact that we would have a 4.1% increase over last year's revenues, and then you took it out of the ARP money. to get you the 11.2 is what it looked like on the calculations that were sent to me. Maybe you can speak to that. And then 2D, $250,000. Oops, on fixing up the little place over there for Casey Stoughton, for polishing the floor, locks, repair, door jams. That's a bunch of money. I don't know who tore up the door jams, but anyway. 3A, Buc-ee's. Cool. On one level, I enjoy their fudge, barbecue sandwich, and the clean restroom on my trips. Not sure what it's going to do for us out there. The 50-50 split of sales tax is, wow, okay. A lot of other businesses would like to do that, I'm sure. 3L, we're going to amend the budget. I'd like to hear about that, and I'm sure I'll be able to see it on the website later, how it was amended and what we'll be doing, because it only says that you're going to amend it, and I looked through the thing in it. And then down to what people were commenting on today, 3M, $2.5 million to tell us more, and taking grant money for, it's a waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skank. Next is Clifton Phillips, and on deck our last speaker will be Greg Garrison.
Hi, Clifton Phillips. I live outside the city limits. I'm here on non-consent item 3E, just as needed if questions arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And Mr. Greg Garrison.
Hi, Mayor, council members. My name is Greg Garrison. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves. I grew up in Shamrock. I'm a lifelong resident of there. I moved to Amarillo about 3 years ago, and I am a very strong believer in free market capitalism, and I believe it's the best path to prosperity. I just wanted to comment today. I bought a store at I-40 in Coulter about half a year ago, and I turn in every bit of the sales tax that we collect. I think that the proposal, as I read it yesterday in the news, you're really tearing at the fabric of free market capitalism when you start talking about these type of unlevel playing fields. So just wanted to add that as my comment and ask that you keep it in mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison. And this concludes our public address today.
Thank you very much, especially to everyone who made time to come and share their ideas or their concerns with the council. It is very helpful for us to hear from citizens. So this is obviously one way to do that, and you can email us, you can call and leave a message, and I still even get snail mail at the mayor's office. Council occasionally gets that too, I think. So we're open to hearing your ideas and appreciate the time that you've taken to come and share your thoughts. Item 1A on the agenda is to review the agenda items for our regular meeting and the attachments. Anything right up front, council, that you need to get clarified before we move into the agenda? Seeing nothing, item 1B is updates from council members serving on outside boards and commissions. Item A under that is the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Mayor Pro Tem Powell, do you have an update for us on that meeting?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to share some exciting things going on with the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. I must say personally, it is my opinion that this is one of the most exciting boards to serve on within our city, because we do get to have fun, but we also take care of business. So the 2022 strategic plan and goals have already been established, and those are in place for the Bureau. The Convention Visitors Bureau has organized the Arts Organizations Marketing Co-op for May 2022 through April 2023. So this is a co-op that has a great response and is social media heavy. The theme for this co-op is going to be fairy tales and folklore would be the theme. So then we have the Convention and Visitors Bureau. they have launched an all-partner co-op plan with opportunities that will allow any hotel or attraction can participate in this particular event. The co-op has exceeded expected participation for the first year of the program, and all campaigns are exceeding goals, and the staff will be ready to report to the partners when the campaign is completed. Then we have the Convention and Visitors Bureau. They have funded the Great Outdoors Fund for a fundraising plan to help efforts to open the Crossbar Ranch. And so my fellow council member Howard Smith and I also serve on this particular committee, so that is going well. The plan was finalized last month, which was January 2022, and it's the first year of our efforts that will be funded through a local foundation right here in Amarillo. The fundraising plan will complement the efforts of Potter County. These are the partners that we are associated with, would be Potter County, the Bureau of Land Management, and the CVB, in gaining the grants and federal funding needed to begin the easement, and this is from Highway 287 north, and we will build out the interior of the recreation area. And so for those listening, of course, that's going to be north of Potter County, and it's outside the city limits. Then we have, of course, our executive director is here with us today, which is Cashin Smith, and she has added a new marketing manager to her staff. So that's exciting because this is going to be support for their director of marketing, which is Hope Stokes. And so the new manager is going to be Jackie Pamahasi is her name. And so she's coming on board. And so apparently she's had a very outstanding resume. And so we're looking forward to working with her. And she's already doing great things for CVB. Then also the trade shows are back. Yes. And the staff has been out on the road, and they are having better results than normal years. And so Southwest Showcase, and this is a trade show for Texas meeting planners, and they have produced 6 requests for proposals on the trade show floor. And the American Bus Association had a familiarization tour in Amarillo that had attendees talking about our CVB right here in Amarillo all week long in Grapevine, Texas. So how exciting is that? And then we always save the best for last, right? So the Working Ranch Cowboys Association, the WRCA Rodeo, is ready to book. This has probably been the first time in years that the hotels have all been contracted, they are organized, and they are early, so they're ready.
Excellent. We're glad to hear they'll be rodeoing come November 2022.
Yes. So
great report.
Exciting things are happening in CVB.
Any questions for Mayor Pro Tem Powell about that, or for Cashin? Cashin, we appreciate you being here today. I'm going to keep, y'all are going to notice, I'm going to keep pushing us through this agenda. It's a very thick agenda. And so if you've got questions, you may need to flag me down because I'm going to keep moving.
All right.
Item BB, Beautification and Public Arts Advisory Board. I think Dr. Sauer had a schedule issue there, so let's push that item, and we'll get an up, unless you...
No, because I didn't even get a chance to talk, because it met, like, immediately before here.
Okay.
And I was still trying to get out of my office.
That's okay. So we'll push that to another agenda and get an update on that at a later time. So moving to item 1C is a discussion on the Workers' Compensation Fund. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, we've got Chief Financial Officer and Assistant City Manager Laura Storrs to come up and give us a briefing on, just want to make you aware of how our Workers' Compensation Fund has been performing, most particularly over the course of the last 18 months or so after the completion of the 2021 legislative session. Laura?
And Laura, just to interrupt you from the get-go, also just lay some foundation for us as a council on how we fund that, what types of typical expenses we have, the purpose of having a workers' compensation fund. There might be council members that aren't as familiar with that.
Sure, that would be great.
And I should throw in, none of this is critical of legislature or of any parts of our employee group. It really is just observing how our fund is performing and making note of certain financial considerations we'll have to take into account, certainly no later than 2023.
All right. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So just real quick before I get started, our Workers' Compensation Fund here at the City of Amarillo, we are self-insured on workers' compensation. And so what types of items are going through this fund? If we have an employee that is injured on the job, whether that's an accident, a slip, trip, and fall, some sort of thing that triggers a workers' comp injury, we cover those claims out of this fund. We also have some safety staff members that are funded out of this fund as well, and they are tasked with going out and analyzing what's going on from a safety perspective out in our departments and trying to move the needle to make our workplace that much more safe. We also have a safety footwear program that comes out of this fund as well. So those employees that are out working in the field that need good, safe footwear, we issue vouchers for them to go buy that safety footwear when they come on to work with us. And again, that is all through self-insurance. I'll talk a little bit more because we do have a little bit of extra coverage on it. But those amounts are funded by, and I won't go into great detail, but we pay a certain amount per each employee depending on their type of position and their department that they work in into this fund. So every time we run payroll, every 2 weeks, there is an amount calculated based on what rate of pay we're paying our employees and what department they're in and what type of position. As you could imagine, we have a little bit higher rate for like our public safety group versus maybe our accountants. Their levels of safety look a lot different. So we always joke paper clips are a huge safety risk in accounting, but that's usually about it. So if I'm going through this presentation and you guys have questions on how this fund works, please stop me. But with that, what we wanted to bring you all up to speed, this is just more for your information purposes. You guys may already have a heads up about some of this, but there is a new Senate Bill 22 that was enacted this past calendar year on June 14th. So it created some changes to workers' comp for municipalities. And so it provides a reputable presumption that first responders contract COVID-19 while in the course and scope of their duties. So let's talk about how this bill defines these first responders as it relates to the City of Amarillo. They're defined as licensed peace officers and certified firefighters that perform firefighting functions. So what this Senate bill did is it made COVID-19 a compensable injury for first responders under workers' comp. So these are rules for the state of Texas under Texas Government Code 607. So what this also does is it provided retroactive relief to first responders, allowing them to file these COVID-19 claims going back to March 13th of 2020. So it was enacted in the middle of 2021, but it allowed it to go back retroactively to March of 2020. It also granted relief to our first responders that had COVID-19 claims that were previously denied before this bill went into place, going back to March 13th of 2020. The way it stands right now, all of this is in place, and it's currently set to expire on September 1st, 2023, but we'll see what the next legislative session brings. So let's talk now about kind of the impact that this has had, what we've seen so far to the City of Amarillo from a financial standpoint. So our workers' comp claims, our costs have increased approximately 231% since this law's inception. From just our first responders, workers' comp costs, they've increased 792% in that same time period. So what is tricky about the way this law is in place versus customary workers' comp claims is the mitigation strategies are very limited, if not completely non-existent in this case. So they're very ineffective because the exposure is universal and not necessarily just limited to what happens at the workplace, because the way the law is written, the Senate bill is written, that if one of the first responders contracts COVID-19, it is presumed that it was contracted at the job site. So other legislative action on masking and vaccine mandates have further hampered mitigation strategies that are available to us as the employer. So going a little further on this, as you're all aware, our police department has unfortunately suffered 3 fatalities due to COVID-19. One of those has occurred this fiscal year and 2 occurred in the previous fiscal year. Each of these deaths were deemed as line of duty deaths. And what that means from a workers' comp standpoint is the surviving spouses are entitled to lifetime payments through workers' comp, and eligible dependent children are also entitled to receive payments until they graduate either high school or college. So excluding COVID-19 claims over the last 4 fiscal years, on average, we usually incur about $1.3 million each year on our workers' comp claims. So with the addition of this new Senate bill and putting COVID-19 claims in it, this last fiscal year, the one that ended September 30th, 2021, we incurred a total of $5.4 million in workers' comp claims. $3.9 million of that was associated with our first responder COVID-19 claims. So on the upside of this, the city does, because we are self-insured, we do have self-insured retention insurance of $1.5 million per occurrence. So we were able to utilize this self-insured retention insurance last fiscal year on one of our claims, and so it reduced our cost from $5.4 million down to $4.3 million. So, recommendations. And again, the reason we're bringing this to you all today is, as you know, here in a couple months, we're going to be starting on budget. I hate to spring you all with surprises right at budget time, so just kind of wanted to give you a pulse of where we're at on this fund as we walk into budget. So as you can imagine, we are going to need to look at addressing our workers' comp rates during our 22-23 budget. That's the one we'll be working on here very soon. So last fiscal year, the one that just ended, we budgeted $2.1 million for claims versus what I just went over, we incurred $4.3 million. In the current fiscal year we're in, we have budgeted $2 million for claims, for these workers' comp claims. One, as I mentioned before, one of the COVID-19 deaths did occur in the current fiscal year, and we will have at least $1.5 million in COVID-19 claims in the current year on top of our normal workers' comp claims. For this workers' comp fund, it is not just a fund made up of workers' comp. It's our self-insurance fund. It is made up of workers' comp. It's also made up of our property insurance. And I know you all probably remember me talking a lot about property insurance during this last budget season and how we are self-insured on our property insurance. We do have some larger coverage, but for wind and hail damage, it is almost non-existent because the deductibles are so high on it. So that all resides in one self-insurance fund, this workers' comp, property insurance. We have our cyber liability insurance. We have our general liability insurance. It's all in this one fund. This fund, we target our reserves, as we talk about quite a bit in our funds, we target between $5 and $6 million. So normally what we're targeting is kind of what claims across the board look like in 1 year. So we had that at that level or we were planning on having that at that level as we walked into this new fiscal year with the budget. However, with the claims we incurred last year, those reserves are now down to about $2.7 million. So we're going to have to address that during budget. The other thing just to keep in mind is we have the Self-insured retention insurance, that's an annual insurance policy. It's currently, as I mentioned, $1.5 million per occurrence, and our premium's about $165,000. But you all are very well aware that as you use insurance, sometimes your renewal process looks a little bit different. We will be actively looking into this policy going forward and hoping that we can maintain it at this level. We are certainly not the only municipality in Texas that is experiencing this. This is just a nature of trying to handle the changes that have come through the state legislature.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in, I want to reiterate, this is not a criticism of public safety at all, and in no way. It's really more of we need to have the conversation. As soon as we're aware of it, we need to have a conversation with council to let you know that there's a significant financial impact that has never been planned for before. Our workers' comp fund was structured around previous iterations of legislative action. So the part of this that's driving these enhanced costs is going to sunset in 2023 at the legislature. We don't know what they're going to do, but it will have an impact on our upcoming budget, which will take place and be approved prior to the 2023 legislative session. And I'm not saying that I wish or want this policy to change. I am saying that we have to be aware of it as we go through this next budgetary process so that we can budget accordingly. It will have a significant tax impact or revenue impact. Somehow we're going to have to figure out a way to pay for these claims. It is a sensitive conversation point. It's a sensitive topic. Everyone supports our team, and everyone wants to take care of our team. More than anything else, it's just recognizing that we have a significant shortfall coming within 1 year, maybe 2, if current trends carry forward. We can take certain steps to mitigate that, and we will do everything that we legally can to mitigate that, keep our team safe. But it is something that we need to be aware of for the upcoming budget. There is no other thing that we need unless you have certain input to give us and guidance to give us right now. There's no decision we're asking for right now. We just wanted you to be aware of something that's going to be a significant part of our next budgetary process and for sure the following budgetary process.
Yes.
Let me ask one question. I'm just curious. You said different employees, you collect different amounts. There's more risk. What's the average amount deducted from an employee?
So, it's the city paying this in. It's not employees paying this in. It's the city's paying in based on the department and the position they're in. And I will get you that information. I don't have that in my notes today, but I can get it for you. I have most of our numbers memorized, but not that one. So
you didn't stump her; she just didn't have it.
Yes. Yes. And I just wanted to say this is a very difficult presentation to make, and our heart does go out to our team. Just we want you guys to have the information we have. We don't want any surprises to you as a council, and we're here to answer any questions that you have if you have follow up after this.
Ms. Storrs, SIR, can you tell me about that specifically? Is that a stop loss?
It's very similar to a stop loss. It's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. I have used that word interchangeably, and Wes Hall, our risk management director, has corrected me a few times on it, but it is very similar. I think for your purposes, I think that's a good thing to keep in mind.
I think one thing you need to touch on is when are we up next for a stop loss renewal?
We're looking at renewing that in May. We're doing
So May of this year. In
Yes.
May of this year, what we expect, what we've been told, is that stop loss claims for public safety are going to double or go away.
The premium.
The premium.
Yes.
Well, the premium is going to go
And
up.
potentially
the
the-
premium is going to go up, but the amount that we have to cover is going to double, or the max is going to go away. Correct?
What I expect.
Come on up.
Wes, come on to the microphone.
And
if you don't
I
mind, please,
apologize.
sir.
This is Wes Hall.
So Chief Mason got swapped because I figured the odds of him.
Yeah. Well, then you solidified it would be you.
The only reason I'm asking about
Just
this
pull
is
that mic
because,
a little closer to you,
our
Wes, if
costs
you
that
don't
we've
mind.
experienced so
Thanks.
far are going to significantly increase, barring a change in legislation from the ledge, because insurance providers and stop-loss providers are going to stop providing the level of service they have currently been providing because they didn't know about this legislative change. So once we go to the next generation of coverage, we won't have the same level of coverage because they're going to accommodate this change in legislation. So the cost that we've experienced so far, barring a change from the ledge in 2023, is going to go up significantly.
Correct. What we expect is that, just like you would with your car insurance, if you have multiple claims, you expect your premiums to go up. So we expect our premium to go up, and I think that is going to happen no matter what. Insurance market has hardened some over the last few years. Workers' comp is typically a profitable line for the carriers, and as far as workers' comp as a whole goes, it's still profitable. Really, the only claims that are impacting workers' comp are public safety and criminal justice employees. So a self-insured retention is essentially a deductible. It's just instead of a deductible with the insurance company manage the claim, the self-insured retention, we still get to manage it until we get to 1.5. We expect the premium to go up, and then one of two things. Either we get a split retention so that for civilian employees like me, they will cover us at 1.5, and for public safety, we expect maybe a $3 or $4 million retention with that increase in premium as well.
So the reason for the 3 or 4 is the total lifetime cost of a fatality in public safety is expected at around 3.4, or 3 or 4,
3 to 4 million,
somewhere in that range. So that's why they're setting that maximum coverage. I'm sorry, they're setting the part that we're going to have to cover at around the expected cost of any type of claim like that, and anything that's unique that goes above that, they will cover.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct. And I think that we're probably going to see about a $3.5 to $4 million retention on first responders. For the most part, that excess policy is for first responders. Civilian employees historically don't hit that 1.5 million trigger point. They don't have the coverages and the carve outs from the legislature like first responders do. So very rarely is a civilian injury going to hit the 1.5 million. So that excess policy is really geared towards our first responders. And I think we'll see, talking with our brokers and our insurance experts, I think we're going to see a $3.5 to $4 million retention on public safety.
So, Laura, I might have questions for Wes, but okay. I have questions about how we need to shift our target reserves. Because, yes, they're targeted at $5 to $6 million, and we now have a $3.2 million deficiency there. But I think it's just based on what you're saying, the target reserve number is too low. So our deficiency is actually greater than 3.2.
I think that is a safe assumption. And again, as we were formulating the current year's budget, and these are pretty common reserves that we've had for many years, but we didn't see this coming in the change.
There's no way to adjust for something.
Exactly. And so we're behind the ball now. And so, yes, we're catching up for what's occurred, and we're catching up for potentially where we're headed as well. So I think that's a safe assumption that $5 to $6 million probably needs to be north of that by a few million. So
yeah, I'm thinking what we're really short is $6 million. What we typically see in growth for new property coming on our property tax rolls every year, and increase in value and appraisals that generates new property tax revenue. What is that, Laura?
I would say on an average year, probably about maybe $1.5 million.
Yeah. So we're way short from being able to close this gap just based on what we expect our revenue to grow next year at property tax. Now, we may have some sales tax growth, but that's sort of hard to predict and rely on. So how would we come up with the other $4.5 million? We could go year over year. We could use more than one budget year to replenish the reserve.
Yes.
What are other ways?
So other ways would be to obviously look at either holding back some services or cutting some services if we wanted to leave everything as is. Otherwise, we would need to look at a property tax increase or rate increases in the corresponding funds. Now, all of our funds pay into workers' comp. All of our funds that have employees pay into our workers' comp fund. So it's not just your general fund. It's also water and sewer, it's drainage, it's airport, it's the grants, it's all of those are paying in. And so, and again, you know.
Well, and I should point out that each one of those funds pay into workers' comp in accordance with their impact on workers' comp.
That is correct, too.
So the dramatic growth in workers' comp cost is coming from the general fund, which is paid for through property tax and sales tax. And fees.
Yes, and fees.
So what we're saying is the increase in revenue to the workers' comp fund, and I know when people say revenue, it's actually an expense to taxpayers, is going to have to come from general fund revenue sources, which is property tax, sales tax, and fees.
I would recommend the lion's share of it, yes, because that is what's driving these.
That's what's driving the increase.
Yes, that's what's driving these. So we normally increase somewhat, you know, year over year as just costs continue to increase. So other funds might have minimal increases that help towards this, but the majority of it should be coming from the general fund.
And so let's say in 2023 the legislature lets it sunset and they're no longer treating this claim, a COVID-related illness in public safety, as a workers' compensation illness or injury. The 3 team members that we have already lost, the obligation that we have, that's something we carry no matter what the legislature does in 2023. And I'm only asking because I'm trying to plan and understand from the council's point of view financially how to respond to this change.
Yes.
So I want to understand that.
It's not just fatalities are terrible, but it's not the cost realized by the workers' compensation fund is not just limited to deaths associated with COVID. It's also associated with future costs associated with reported claims inside that period. So we will have a residual cost that's going to happen for decades. If someone can claim a respiratory distress associated with now I'm probably saying more than I should, but this is going to have we don't know when it's going to end.
Yes.
So my point is saying, should the legislature back up and make a change in 2023, that doesn't just restore us back to 2020 or 2019 budget year workers' comp reserve requirements or annual outlay requirements. What I'm hearing is that we have experienced a jump of $3.2 million, and that is likely to continue going forward indefinitely. And we now have to find general fund dollars to close the gap to the tune of somewhere between $3 and $6 million. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
If the legislature doesn't change in 2023, we're going to have to.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that our obligations? We have incurred these obligations, and they continue on no matter what the 2023 legislature. I mean, if I'm wrong, if I'm not understanding
you're correct.
that,
You're correct. It's just if it ends in 2023 and then a COVID case occurs in 2024, it would not be covered the same way.
Correct. But even after 2023, if the legislature sunsets, we will have to reset to a higher reserve number.
That is correct.
Just based on the claims that were filed or the experiences that were noted and filed during the 3 or 4 years of the affected period, because
our financial exposure continues past 2023 no matter what the legislature does.
In 2021,
I think we understand that.
The legislature identified the period of loss as going back to the start of the governor's declaration of disaster.
That's correct.
Or
yes.
Emergency declaration. So that goes back to March of 2020.
2020, yep.
So going to 2023, October, 3.5 years really is what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, if they stop it in 2023, not saying they should or shouldn't, we just have to be prepared to make financial accommodations for whatever they choose to do.
That is correct. And we work.
Should we have another death? I mean, then our exposure financially, obviously, we do not want another death for many, many, many reasons. But today we are narrowing this discussion around how to plan for and manage the financial impact that would have to the city as an organization. So that's still a reality.
I've got a question kind of in that line. So I don't want to see us incurring another incident, but when would the stop loss gap, if we do this and increase it, it doesn't happen until May, right?
The renewal is in May.
Yes.
So the renewal's
We're
in
covered.
May,
We're good.
But
Yes.
between now and May, our stop loss is at 1.5, and
That
it's
is
not.
correct.
So on top of that, we have to plan for if something unfortunate happens with somebody between now and May, our stop loss ends at $1.5 million, right?
Per occurrence, yes. Yes.
So, I mean, there's still
exposure.
There's still exposure that's at twice what we hopeful will be May between now and May.
It'll just be significantly higher after May.
Yes.
Assuming that
Goes
loss
away.
is experienced in public safety.
Right.
Okay.
That is correct. So,
Other questions?
okay. All right.
Anything else, Laura, that you or Wes feel like we need to know or understand?
No, we will be working with our insurance brokers to find the best opportunity on this self-insurance retention policy to bring back at renewal time in May. But again, we just want to be realistic. I mean, we understand, as you all understand, as you use insurance and as it's being used across the state because of this change, those insurance companies normally come back with something that's not quite as favorable as what we have right now.
One more question. I'm just anticipating getting a question from a citizen.
Okay.
So this change is costing us exactly how much in dollars? And I know you can't separate it from the fact the circumstances are what they are and that we've had 3 deaths.
That is correct.
That's what
It's the total cost.
change plus those deaths that create this situation.
Yeah, it's the total cost of those experiences because aside from the legislature's change in 2021, these deaths would have been considered diseases of life, which are not covered by workers' comp in any way. So these comments are not meant to throw public safety under the bus or the legislature.
Right.
And I'm looking around to my officers in the room and to my firefighters in the room, and I really want everyone to understand this is not taking a shot at anybody. It's just recognizing costs that we have not factored in ever before. So it's a change in legislation in 2021 that's causing us to have this real difficult conversation. So really, we just need to be prepared, and and we want council to be informed as we go into the next budgetary session. As soon as we're aware and start realizing the impacts that we're experiencing, we wanted you to be aware. This is in no way meant to criticize or to assign a position. It's more an observation of what is financially.
Yes, that is correct. And going back to your question, Mayor, so in last fiscal year, taking into account that we had coverage past the 1.5 on one of our claims, there was 2.8 million incurred for these COVID-19 claims, and then so far this fiscal year we've had 1.5 million.
So can I ask one more question?
Yeah, I have a
Based
question
on that.
too.
So my question is this. So please don't mistake what I'm saying. It's the only comparison I can make. It's like whenever we've had those hail damage events through, and so all of a sudden I had a $1,000 deductible on my roof, and then all of a sudden it went to 1% and then 2%,
Yes.
and I did not even have the opportunity to ask for the $1,000 deductible. So what I'm asking is, whenever I'm looking at this and we are incurring an additional
It was 2.8 last year and 1.5.
we're going to incur an additional $1.5 million that we will be responsible for after May, right? So is the $1.5 million even available, or did
No.
they completely take it off the table?
We don't know.
We don't,
anticipate-
yeah.
We're expecting. We haven't gotten the bids yet. We're expecting it to be gone based on input we've received from providers that we will no longer receive those numbers.
Because I think it would be smart for us to at least look at if that premium is available, is there a calculation that makes it worthwhile
Yes.
to have the $1.5 million stop loss
I agree
as
completely.
opposed to being
Yes, even if that premium goes up significantly, it would still be valuable for us to look at it during this time period.
We
Yes.
will push as hard as possible to extend under their current stop-loss conditions or as close as possible to our current conditions.
Yes.
We're just saying, based on the input we've received from providers who might be inclined to bid on our services or provide services to the city, we're expecting it to go up. We're not saying we want it to go up. We're just saying be prepared. That's what we're hearing. We're not hearing anybody saying, well, we'll give you the current rates.
Yeah, it's too early to know on that. But yes, we absolutely will do that. A higher premium would still be worth maintaining this coverage. So, yeah, I agree.
Any other questions? Howard, did you have a question? Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thanks.
Thanks, Wes.
Item 1D is just a quick discussion on something called newborn safe haven boxes. I had a citizen email several weeks ago. There was one of our neighboring cities in New Mexico had a tragic thing happen with a baby being left in a dumpster, and thankfully that baby was rescued and found. But it just brought the issue up that, you know, if there was a situation where a baby was unwanted, where there was a young mother who didn't know what to do or how to take care of the baby and just truly felt overwhelmed in the moment to the point that harming the baby seemed like the only option for her, how does our community handle that? And this person that emailed had even done some research on something called safe haven baby boxes. So we're working with her and looking at putting that in place in our community. But I really wanted to give the city manager a chance to talk about the fact that we already in our community have a program where people can, without any penalty, leave a baby in the care of city staff. And so I'll turn the microphone over to you, Jared.
So we've also got Fire Chief Jason Mays in the room, along with, I think, Assistant Chief Sam Baucom is in the neighborhood. But our fire stations are already safe havens. So if somebody wanted to drop off a baby, they can do so. We are a caring community, and our fire stations are set up with signage that says such. The purpose of this, and I don't want to say the purpose, one of the things it will address, and I can't say all of the things it will address, but one of the things it will address is there's a difficulty when you're dropping off a baby face to face with someone. So this gives an ability to drop off a baby that you don't feel you can care for or should care for. In a safe environment, it's a heated box. It will automatically set off an alarm that will notify fire to respond to the situation. I'm not saying this is ideal at all, but it is just one more way for a baby to be cared for who is coming out of a situation where people don't think they can care for it. Is that an accurate way of phrasing it, Mayor?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so they will raise the money to provide physical changes to our fire stations, the exterior, to allow for the box to be installed on the exterior of the building. The city will have no cost based on what I've been told so far. The firefighters will respond just like they do to a child in distress or a child not in distress that's being delivered to a fire station through the safe haven protocols. They will just do it without having interacted with the person bringing the baby to the station. Have I missed anything there?
Chief, anything to add? Oh, here comes Chief Baucom, too.
We're 100% on board with this. Like Mr. Miller said, it's not ideal. It's not what we would want in terms of always want kids to be with their parents, but we would much rather respond to a notification to go check that box than we would to a call to a dumpster or a similar situation, what they faced in New Mexico. So we're all on board. Just say when.
Yeah, and I should have pointed out at the very start. This came to us after the events that happened in New Mexico where a baby was discovered alive inside a dumpster. So we don't want that. Nobody wants that in Amarillo. This is a very caring community, a very family, a very life, well, that's too political, a very caring community. So,
Well, I appreciate just the chance to talk about the fact that we do already have safe havens at all of our fire stations. Just another opportunity to put that message out in the community for somebody who might not know that. And I do appreciate also that this citizen reached out to the mayor's office with an idea for just another way to possibly improve that. So, you know, if you're a citizen, you're listening, you have an idea, you want to get that to council or to the mayor's office so that this is what that looks like when good ideas come up from citizens, which does happen quite often, and staff can take it. So council, there will probably be an ordinance coming in the next 2 or 3 meetings for us to consider that's related to this box. And then that ordinance will be in place, and should this group of citizens want to move forward and raise the money, then that'll be up to them. Any questions about that? Okay.
So will this be placed in every?
It's going to be a function of how much money they raise.
Okay.
How many
And we don't know
boxes?
what the cost is of installing one on a building. So we will facilitate, excuse me, goodness, I coughed right in the microphone. We will facilitate their efforts in every way possible. It is no cost to taxpayers and only benefits the children in our jurisdiction.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on then to,
How many
yes, sir.
fire stations do we have?
13.
And how will the public know that this is available?
Well, right now, all of our fire stations are safe havens, and they have signage saying, if you come to this station and bring a baby, we will take it, no questions asked, and care for that baby, and according to the resources that the state and the city provides. So that will continue exactly the same. We can absolutely, once these boxes are put in place, we can work through communications to let people know there's an additional resource available. But we don't necessarily advertise them all the time. We can do it more. But we do have it on our website and at all of our stations.
Okay. Thanks.
I think it would be a great opportunity if the money gets raised and we actually install one. That's, we can all go, we can talk about it. And so it is just educating people who might be in that situation.
To an extent, that question might be getting ahead of where we've planned so far.
Mm-hmm. Might be. Okay, more to come on that one then. Item 1E is to discuss a status update on the 311 project. Mr. City Manager.
All right, so this is an item that's been we've been working on for over 5 years. We're to a point where we're about ready to go operational, and it's not that the city's been moving slowly. This is a nascent technology nationwide. Some places have done it, some places have done it poorly, some places have done it fairly. We want to do it well, so we're at a point where we're about ready to kick it off and go what we think is going to be an extremely effective direction. But Rich Guyon, Managing Director, also running IT, is going to give us the details. Rich?
Afternoon. So quick update. As you know, 311 is divided into 2 parts. The voice side of the house, which is the ability for a citizen to dial 311 and reach the city. And the software side of the house, which is the application that resides on a phone so that a citizen can report work, track its progress, and have two-way communication via their device. On the voice side, we have submitted all the requests to all the providers like AT&T and Verizon to enable 311 dialing so that a citizen can dial 311 on any device and any network and reach the city. We have also submitted the order to give us the ability to expand the amount of incoming calls that we can take as needed. So day one we wouldn't expand, but we can actually do that. We'll be able to do that dynamically. So as demand ramps, we can ramp up the amount of phone calls that we can take inbound. And then last we've also submitted the contract to add our 311 operators to the same call management system we use for utility billing. So we'll have the same data and management and call routing and all those kind of things for voice. Our vendors are telling us 10 to 12 weeks, so we're targeting having that phone number live at the end of April. On the software side of the house, that's broken into 2 components. One is the actual application that resides on a phone, but the other is the work order system by which we do work. So the work order system has to tie to two systems. It has to tie to 311, so when a citizen submits a pothole, for example, it opens a work order for staff to resolve, but it also needs to tie to the financials. That's important because that's how we tell you council, that's how staff tells council how much work costs us. So we can actually not just say we had X number of calls, we can actually attach personnel, equipment costs, all of that so you can see the price of work. For that reason, we've attached the 311 software and the work order software as part of our JDE replacement RFP. That RFP, we should have all our responses in by the end of March. So by the end of March, early April, we'll actually have a hard timeline on when we'll actually roll the software.
Questions, counsel, for Rich?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Okay, so you've talked to the phone companies, AT&T and Verizon.
Right.
So what is the range? I mean, is this like geo-fenced or something? How does that?
It
how
is.
Do you know?
So in a mobile network, if you're on a mobile network within the city limits, and that's part of the discussion we're having is how far out does that go. But right now it's within the city limits. If you were to dial 311, it would come to the city of Amarillo. And obviously anything.
Geo-fence it.
Right. And they do that based on what mobile network you're actually on. So they can tell where you're at.
Oh, like the tower that you're pinging or whatever?
Exactly.
Okay.
And is that already happening? I mean, if you live in between Amarillo and Canyon, you live in the ETJ, but you don't live inside Canyon city limits or Amarillo city limits, and you dial 911, how do they know which fire department to send? And does it come to our dispatch?
I think it depends on where you live.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally think it comes down to address and how it's mapped.
Mm-hmm. So it's already happening some.
Yeah. It is, and then some of those actually go to a county number, and not a city. So, yeah.
Questions from this side? So, Rich, the phone system is up and running April 2023, but the software backing it will continue to roll out with regard to work orders and things like you're continuing
Right.
to build that system, even
Exactly.
though.
And it's 2022, so it's this.
Oh,
this
did I say
April.
2023?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you
Just
for
making sure.
correcting that. 2022.
Right.
See, it's terrible. Y'all are already training me. I'm like, oh, yeah, that'll be coming a year from now.
Well, that's, typically it would only, on typical timelines, they're telling me 8 to 10 weeks, but I really suspect it's going to be more like 10 to 12, just because of supply chain and we're seeing everything kind of run 3 or 4 weeks behind what are the estimates we get back.
So what would a citizen, let's say on April 30th, 2022, the system goes live and the Nelson family calls 311. What benefits would the Nelson family have from calling 311?
You have one number to call. And in the beginning, they're going to route you to the appropriate department. And as software elements come online, we'll actually be able to enter tickets from the 311 operators. And honestly, as we've talked to cities around the country that are already doing this, as the software comes online, citizens typically use their mobile device to submit an issue. And when they call 311, the operators are really walking them through, typically answering questions on how to use their device most effectively to communicate with the city.
What's your timeline for that additional software that will better tie work orders and interact with, I guess, a phone app?
We're supposed to have RFP responses by March 31st. So with that, we'll actually get a timeline on when implementation is, but I can't imagine. I think we're looking at like fall is when we would start implementing that. And I want to be clear, we're not going to just turn this on for the entire city all at once. It makes more sense to pick some specific departments, like within Public Works, and do potholes and signs and kind of perfect our process and then expand as we learn and grow.
It's essentially a city hotline.
It's a city hotline.
Does it operate 24/7?
Regular business hours. That's part of the other discussion that we're having right now is as you look at other cities, so for example, when hurricanes blow in, you'll see 311 go to extended hours during times of emergency so that you have you can separate 911 calls from 311. So for example, refugees, as they were coming into Texas from the hurricanes, would dial 311, and 311 would have all the ancillary data, like where are the shelters and how do you get help. and that way it keeps 911 clear for true emergency calls. So we're working out policy and procedure, but I could see it on a regular day being just like the city, kind of I say 9 to 5, but more like 7 to 7. But during times of emergency, I absolutely see us using that for extended hours.
Mayor, I do have a question.
Sure.
Will this be automated for follow-up? So if I had a trash issue and I texted a photo in and got a request, would this update me once that had been taken care of?
Yeah, all the software that we're looking at all have similar features, and what I really love about them is when I submit that, whether it's trash or pothole, not only do I see it, but I can actually see the ticket number, and when it gets updated by staff, I see the updates. So you actually have the update to any issue that you actually submit.
Great.
Yeah. And then you have the option, if you have obviously concerns, you can call and there'll be an operator to help.
Any other questions? It's very exciting, Rich.
Finally.
I think it will be tremendous communication with citizens and a great improvement to customer service as well.
Yeah. I would add to your question, the other piece of that, all of the software now, it's improved over the last year. Now they do two-way communication. So not only I as staff at the city can also communicate messages out to anyone running the app. So traffic alerts, those kind of things, where we're doing construction, if there's a main break. So it gives us just another tool to reach our citizens.
Great. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Item 1F is a discussion on vehicle towing ordinance and an option for a single source towing contract. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. We have Police Chief Martin Birkenfeld here to present the item. We also have Fire Chief Jason Mays here to provide any additional information you might need. This is an item of particular interest to the police and fire departments. So, Chief Birkenfeld, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and City Council. This issue for us is about improving public safety, both our public safety response and the safety to motorists on the roadway. When we have a crash, for example, on a major roadway, it ties up traffic, sometimes causes secondary collisions, and the faster we clear that roadway, the better. So this proposal is working to improve that. It's also about efficiency, getting our first responders and our citizens the best service and getting them back to other business as quickly as possible. Just kind of looking at the scope of this problem, in 2021, we had a total of 4,188 vehicles that were towed at the request of the police or fire department. This included everything from impounds where, for example, if we arrest a driver and there's nobody there to release the car, then we impound the car and hold it for them. Sometimes on crash scenes, the person doesn't have a preference on the record, so we have that rotation list right now, and so we call a wrecker out for that. And then there's other cases, for example, abandoned vehicles, either in the roadway or near a roadway that are in violation of city ordinance. Once they're warned, then we call the wrecker out if they're still not moved and get them towed. Right now in the current rotation system, we have 5 companies. AECC, the Amarillo Emergency Communication Center, tracks the rotation. They use software to do that. The problem is officers on the scene, they're not really sure which wrecker company is assigned to the scene, and they don't know which car they're supposed to pick up. So, for example, if we have 2 different cars at a crash scene, both of them need wreckers, both of them are a non-preference wrecker, then it's going to be 2 different companies that show up. We've had some issues in the past with one wrecker company getting the wrong car that they were assigned to get, and so there's a little mix-up there. And so having 2 different wreckers at the crash scene really does cause some confusion. There's also a little bit less accountability because when you've got 2 different companies, the ordinance requires that the wrecker company clean the crash scene up. Sometimes one company may be more energetic about that, or one driver is more energetic about that than the other. And so we've had some complaints from towing companies to us saying, well, towing company number A didn't do their job at the scene, and we're kind of left to kind of be the mediator in some of those deals. Some more problems that we have. Sometimes companies pass on what we believe are less lucrative tows. For example, if they're towing an old flatbed trailer that's probably worth $100, they know that that's really not going to be as lucrative if they end up having to auction that. And I'm just saying that because that's what I've been told by some of the operators. Some companies have been able to tow large vehicles in the past. We've had like a large semi in one case that was crashed into a building, and the first company we called, they said, well, we don't have the equipment to get that. So we had to call through and finally find a company that was able to do that. And for them, that's a pass, but for us, it's a long delay in time. And then sometimes citizens have trouble locating the impounded vehicle because there's not just one company, so they have to call our AECC. AECC has to look that up, find out where it was impounded at, and then that just creates extra work for AECC or the detective if there's a detective involved in the case, because the investigators also have to know where that vehicle is because we don't know exactly which company it is from the outset. So we did some research. We've been looking at this for several months. There's a mix of systems across Texas. Probably, I'm not sure if it's 50-50, but it's about that, where cities use rotations and other cities use a single source. We talked to Lubbock, Canyon, Potter County, several cities in the Dallas area that do use a single source record, and their reasonings were real similar to ours as why they want to either stay with a single source for that service or have converted to that. Lubbock moved away from that rotation just a couple of years ago, and then Potter County just this last year for similar reasons. So when you look at the data on how many tows each company got, you would think it would be fairly even, but you can see it's not. The reason those numbers are uneven is varied, but part of it is because some companies are unable to they pass on the tow. They say, we don't have anybody available right now, and so then the AECC operator has to go back into the rotation, find the next record company that's available, and then call them. And in some cases, I've been told by AECC dispatchers that they've had to call 2 or 3 times on the same incident just because the companies are either busy or just don't have the capacity to respond at that moment. Basically, here we put together a list of what our basic requirements would be for this. We just want a company that's able to comply with all the state, federal, and local regulations. That's the bottom line. We want them to be able to respond 24/7, 365 to all public safety requests, whether it's from fire or police. We just need them to get there no matter when we call. Our target response time is 20 to 30 minutes. That's already written into the contract, but often the companies go over that. If they go over that, we do have some recourse to send them a warning letter. But again, there's more bureaucracy that's created, and in the end, you know, we haven't fired any of the companies off the contract. We've had a couple drop off from here and there. We want them to be able to move and tow any type of vehicle, regardless of the size, whether it's tiny or large. And we want them to use technology to help speed the process up instead of making phone calls back and forth. There's a lot of different towing company software out there that streamlines that process. You know, in the best case scenario, the officer is able to hit that request from their car computer. It goes straight to the towing company, and that request goes to the record driver, and a bunch of phone calls aren't made back and forth. So we want them to use some type of software system to speed that up, and then be able to securely store and release vehicles 24 hours a day. Not all companies are able to do that, but we feel like it's fair if we impound a car and then somebody needs that car a couple hours later after they get out of jail or after they realize it's been impounded, we want them to be able to get their car back out. So our proposal that we're looking at is to modify the municipal code to allow for a single source contract. There's some wording in there right now that restricts that. We're going to work with Trent. I think Trent's already done a bunch of research on this and draft an RFP that will reflect the needs of the citizens and the public safety regarding these non-consent tows. We'll select a vendor who will provide the best service to Amarillo citizens, and then the follow-up to that is holding that vendor accountable for a high level of responsiveness and service in return for getting that contract. I listed a couple of the ordinances that need changing there, and along with this, we're going to suggest a change in the fees. The State Department of Licensing and Regulation currently regulates the maximum fees on certain types of towing. The cities can further regulate that, and Amarillo traditionally has, but I don't think we've raised our rates in a long time. And when you look at the comparison to other cities, it looks like we're a little bit behind. So a part of this will be combining the ordinance change with an adjustment of the fees so that our towing companies are properly compensated and are able to do a good business in Amarillo. I know that's a quick rundown of what we're proposing, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can I just make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I've had one of the towing companies that has got a hold of me over the past 5 years several times asking for this very thing. And the one thing that was interesting about that was he basically made all the points that you're making, and he said, you know what, I'm okay with it even if I don't get the contract, because I think the service to the city and to the citizens will be by far better if you have one person or one company that is on the line for these things. And so the fact of it, his big problem was the fact of the rotation. people picking and choosing, and those kind of things. So I'm very much glad to see that this has finally risen to this level and that you guys are doing that, because I think originally from talking to this person, they told me that at one point in time the city of Amarillo was on a single contract. We went away from the single contract, and whenever we went away from the single contract in an effort to I don't know what the term would, make it more equitable for everybody involved, then problems started developing at that point in time. And it's in the best interest of everybody if you have one person or one company that is responsible. And it's a lot easier for you guys to be able to hold them responsible if you have just one person that's having to make that effort.
Yes, sir. Would that mean that a citizen involved in a wreck would still be able to say, here's my company, here's my preference, this is who I want called?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the case even now. You can always, if you know which company you want to use, we'll call that company for you.
That part's not going away.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
is just in the case that they don't have a preference, then our departments would have a contract that's gone through the purchasing process with an RFP and all of that. We'd go to one provider.
Yes, ma'am.
Create efficiencies and better service for citizens, is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. That's our goal.
So how soon would we see an ordinance that would allow this to take place?
Next meeting.
And so then I assume from there now we'll have an RFP for X amount of days for people to propose that contract, right? Does it go through an RFP process?
So the ordinance change will happen first, because right now our ordinance specifies a rotation.
Right.
So we'll modify that. We'll also at the same time make the modifications to the maximum rates that can be charged. So whether you're the company that gets the city contract, which is not nearly all the tows in the city, it's about 10%, or you're not, you're still going to have an opportunity for this change to have a positive impact on your business model. And the associated enhancement to safety for our public safety and for our traveling public, for the operational effectiveness at dispatch or with any officers who are coordinating these tows, there's not a downside. It is a political conversation frequently. And when Chief said there's 50-50 roughly in the state that do single provider tows for the city originated tows, and 50-50 that do rotations. Many cities have worked to get to this. This is the best practice model driven by public safety. But in many cases, it doesn't happen because of a variety of reasons, not what public safety needs and what our community needs. So there's a lot of factors that drive what position the city takes. This is going to be one that's definitely a best practice, definitely driven by public safety. I wouldn't be bringing this to you if my police and my fire departments weren't coming saying we need this.
How many towing companies are there in Amarillo?
There's 5 on our rotation, but I'm not sure the total number of companies. It's
I think
probably
there's
slightly
9 or
larger.
10 in the city, but there's 5 on a rotation.
Can all of them tow a large vehicle? You talked about some could not.
I can't speak for the companies necessarily, but I know from experience there's been a couple of cases where they weren't able to move, and it kind of depends on how the vehicle's situated. If a big truck's just stalled on the side of the road, that's not as big of a deal as if it's inserted itself into a building, is what happened a couple years ago, because that takes a lot of expertise and equipment to manage that.
But to be eligible to get the business, they have to be able to say they can do that.
What's that?
They have to be able to say that they can.
Right. Yeah, they'll have some minimum, and that's where we'll work with purchasing to make sure that we've got all our ducks lined up. But we're going to have certainly a strong list of minimums that they'll have to be able to do.
Okay.
So, Chief, what is your anticipated time frame to issue the request for proposal?
I'll have to work with purchasing,
Okay.
but it won't be much longer after the ordinance. If an ordinance passes allowing us to do that, then we'll be right on that. So certainly, I would expect by the springtime, we'll be looking at that.
So in a typical bid situation, then, say, just for conversation purposes, if we had 20 local companies in here that in Amarillo that tow vehicles, we would probably just bid all 20 of those companies, and then whoever meets that criteria would be issued that single contract.
That's my understanding. I don't want to step on Trent's business.
Yes, I understand that. So
but
I
yeah,
appreciate
that's the goal. I mean, that anybody who's wanting that contract would have the same shot at it.
Which is
Until
fair.
There's only 2 or 3 that actually have the capability to do that. Otherwise, they'll have to invest in the equipment to be able to
exactly,
to do that.
and they could certainly do that too, depending, based on receiving that bid.
Anybody that wins is probably going to get some new equipment, bring in new personnel.
Right.
It's not that we're the majority of the toes in the city, but when you have to live up to the requirements for our public safety and for our traveling community, you have to make sure you've got apparatus and personnel.
And they may have to have additional labor too, so just depending on who it is. But anyway, you've answered my question, so that's good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Anything else to add, Chief Mays? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 1G, a discussion on the progress of an update on our City Hall project.
All right, Mayor, we've got Director of Facilities Jerry Danforth here to present the item. Just to give a little bit of a high-level overview, Council approved mid-last year our architectural firm for the project. That company has been working nonstop since that time, so we have some elevations. We're not far from having layouts, floor plans, and things like that. But we are working forward with utility relocates with Atmos and with SPS, also working with city departments to make sure that we can figure out how water and wastewater and all those different things need to work. We are not too far down the road from demolitions of certain warehouses that are going to need to go down to facilitate the project, and bringing forward all the construction contracts and other things ready to go. So we have not been sitting still. As soon as Council approved this project, we have moved forward immediately. So, Jerry, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Jared's absolutely correct. We've been moving along rather quickly. The view that you have in front of you basically is looking back into downtown with the front entrance facing Hodgetown, essentially. So that'll give you a point of reference with the drawings that we have represented here. We definitely have moved forward. We're in the process of reviewing contracts with the utility contractors, both public and private, on this. We expect to have some resolutions on those contracts and with work to begin within the next 3 to 4 weeks on those utility relocates. As you can tell, that's an alley currently with major power lines and stuff that run through it. Those will all be relocated. You won't be able to see those from City Hall. Those go away. As I said, we've been working on that for a good while now, so Excel has been wonderful to work with. All of our private utility companies have been great partners to work with on this. We do have controlled pricing on it, so it doesn't have to go out to bid. So we should be able to execute those contracts as soon as we receive them. Let's go ahead and flip to the next view. This is a close-up of the front entrance that you'll be looking at City Hall. We felt that it was important. Some of the architectural features that you see here, please keep in mind, similar to what we did when we did the MPEV, these are conceptual drawings. This doesn't mean what our final look looks like. We could have different colors, different structural components, but we feel like this is a good foundation, a good starting point from the design aspect. We're also very close to having the floor plans completed. We worked with all city departments, did a 15 to 20 year look ahead at what the department needs were going to be within the city, because, you know, we felt like it would be foolish to look at City Hall that's currently 75,000 square feet of occupied space if we didn't have a structure that would be able to accommodate growth. When we bring the floor plans forward to you in the future, you'll see that we have floor plans for 20 years from now, and we have floor plans for the current relocation. We're working with the city manager on that right now. Next week, we should start working with ACMs, looking at those floor plans, making sure all of their departments are accommodated properly and growth allotted within those areas that they will be located in. One of the neat features that we're looking at, and I will share this on the floor plans with respect to the public, we are doing two features that are going to impact the public greatly. The first feature is we will have 2 to 3 drive-through lanes on the north side of the building. So those that are coming to pay their utility bills or do minor exchanges with the city will have drive-through options. We feel like, and we've done several studies looking at banking facilities and different drive-through facilities for different public utilities and stuff like that, that should reduce the foot traffic in City Hall for the public by almost 80%. So we're looking at the first floor basically being the front-facing component for the public. Anything that they need to do with City Hall, I would say 85% of that exchange would happen on the first floor. So that allows us to enhance public service to our customers, which is the public, and make it more convenient for them to be able to use our City Hall features. Next slide, please. This is once again another view of it. You can see that we're doing some elevation changes on the building. They're not drastic, but there are several components that we have in this current building that we're changing those functions so that, for an example, the reason that you're sitting down here at the floor level instead of at the dais is the line of sight so that you can have good exchange with each other. That's incorporated in the design. The designs for council chambers changes greatly. We're looking at a higher elevation so that we can accommodate more people. We're looking at seating in the council chambers, potentially not being stadium seating like we have now, but a flexible, movable seating so that if we have a scenario, we've taken into account in the design and what we're working forward on, how did COVID impact us and how do we need to look in the future and how does that affect the way that we deal with the public and the public deals with us? What are those things, those critical components? Safety is a major aspect of our design going forward, and we're excited to show that to you in the next couple weeks. As Jared referenced, we currently have, and it will be advertised next week, the 3 buildings that are facing Johnson Street. 2 of those buildings have a small amount of asbestos in them. We anticipate having that abated within the next 4 to 6 weeks and demolition happening the week after the abatement is completed. So we should start seeing major changes over there by the end of next month. You'll start seeing the site develop for that as well as utilities being relocated. With that, that's a brief outline of where we're at. I'd take any questions that I can answer at this time.
What's the square footage of the building, and how much do we need for City Hall?
This building has 145,000 square feet. The interesting thing is we lose around 15,000 square feet just in structural columns within that building. So we end up having closer to 130,000 square feet of developable space. So we are definitely quite a bit larger than what we are currently using here. And when we do the floor plans for that, we take into accommodation what those departments were going to be and what their futures were going to be and allocated expansion space on every floor going forward.
So the interesting thing is in the council chamber, we're taking out 2 rows of columns. We're actually picking up a couple of hundred square feet of usable space inside the building by taking out those columns because it's got hundreds of columns inside the building, and each one of those columns takes out 2 to 4 square feet of usable space. So when you put all that together for all of our different decks, it adds up to, 13?
Yeah, a little over 13,000 square
feet that we lose just due to columns. But yeah, we have a large amount of available space. And what's our proposed developed space right now?
Right now, we're looking at right at 90,000 square feet that we would develop as we move in there.
For the City Hall?
For City Hall.
There'd be some extra space.
There's absolutely extra space.
To be developed at a future time.
Absolutely. We could develop it at a future time, or if the council found an additional need or an additional opportunity, that space is available. We have some substantial square footages to where, yes, we could accommodate a leasee if the council so instructed us to.
Yeah, ideally, we would have people offsetting the cost of the building to debt service by leasing it and any lease that we signed would also have clauses where we could give a certain period of notice, and we could then absorb that space as the organization, as the facility grew for public use.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And because of the way we're funding it, it doesn't change our debt issuance from being non-taxable versus taxable, because we'll never exceed the amount of taxable space that we're allowed to have versus how we're paying for it.
The lower level, is that a basement or is that first floor or what?
The lowest level is a basement or half basement. It does have windows so that we do have daylight in the basement of that facility.
So it's a 3-story building.
Well, it's a 4-story building.
It's 4 stories.
I mean, it's 3.5 above ground, I guess would be a good way to say it. But it's got 4 decks. Just one of them's partially buried.
Potentially, what would the basement be for? Finished?
No, we have quite a bit of use designed for the basement. One of the components that we have in the basement area is actually a large area developed for 311.
Call center.
To develop that entire call center down there.
Okay. I'm done for now.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Jerry, will the electrical utilities, will they be above ground or below ground?
Everything will
for
be
the
below
design.
ground when we
Oh,
relocate.
great.
Yes.
That's going to be nice.
Our goal is to keep, it truly is a safety aspect when we look at this, especially when we're looking at public access across there. We want to move as much of that below ground as we can. We've worked with Excel. Excel has been great partners on this.
Yes.
Understanding the needs. And also, looking at future development for downtown is also a component of this discussion with all of the private utility groups, from Atmos to Excel to AT&T. All of them have been part of those conversations. So as downtown continues to develop basically from the railroad tracks back as far as fire admin have been part of those conversations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Jerry, we had a question during public address about additional funding. This may be more of a Laura question, but I mean, we're not putting any additional funding towards City Hall. The project is what City Council approved it at its current cost.
The project is going to be exactly what Council approved at the meeting in which he approved it. It will be, and we could go through exact numbers, but the amount of cash that the city's putting in is not changing.
Yeah. Okay. So. Don't know where that came from, but
I'll always take additional funding if you want
to. To my knowledge, we've not even had any conversation about changing the numbers.
From council.
Yeah,
that's not a statement forward.
Right.
It's a statement as to what we're currently doing.
Something that I have heard more than one citizen ask me. They want to know that the Amarillo sign, and I see it in the schematics. I know this could change all of that, but that I think is something that would be important to citizens, because everyone sits behind home plate or somewhere in Hodgetown and they see that sign already. It's in disrepair right now, but the sign seems to be something people are curious about. What are your plans with the sign?
Actually, that was one of our first directives to our architect, that all of that would be utilized. We actually have 2 Amarillo hardware signs, one that faces to the north and the one that faces to the west. Both of those signs are to be refurbished and incorporated in the new City Hall. Now, we have represented just Amarillo on top. That could be Amarillo City Hall. It could be relocated in another place. It could be blue. It could be red. It could be multicolor LEDs that change with the season, just similar to what the Santa Fe building does. All of those are part of the conversations in the design right now, but we're always going to be cognizant of what our budget is. I think historically this council has been able to realize that once you've established a budget, we live within that budget, and we do our best to do that. We feel like we're going to be able to hit our timelines that we're looking at right now, and we're extremely cognizant of what supply chain issues are. And as those things occur, we will address them, and if anything impacts us, we'll definitely be letting the council know what's going forward on that.
Any other questions for Jerry? Anything to add, Jared?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jerry. We
I
appreciate
think
it.
the main takeaway needs to be we're moving as aggressively as we possibly can, knowing that any time lost costs us money. So we are pushing as hard and fast as we can.
Appreciate that. And Jerry, I will say, while I have you at the podium, just on the issue of urgency, last week we had a boiler fail at City Hall. Is that right?
That's correct. And we also had a hot water circulation system fail as well. We were able to fix it overnight before the building got occupied, but it took us almost 5 hours to catch up.
Well, but both of those were a day and a half to 2 days right before the freezes.
Yeah. So what I had talked to you about it, you had said, yeah, it's 50 degrees in City Hall right now.
That's correct. Yep.
So that would have been a problem when it was 10 degrees out. It's a problem, period.
Yeah,
But
and ironically, it hit us like the one last year did, 2 days before we hit the severe cold. So we were able to get it fixed, but it was a challenge.
Well, thank you. And please tell your team thank you. We appreciate everything they do to run all our facilities.
Yes, ma'am.
Especially this one. At this point, Council, I'm going to ask for your patience, and I'd like to propose that we move item 3N up to the head. I just saw that Dr. Claude Lusk with Wayland Baptist came in, and he's hours away from having his agenda item addressed, I think, but we could move him up and take action on his agenda item. You've got a handout. It's outside of your normal packet. And then after we do this, then I think we should take a break, go to the restroom, and we will come back and pick up our work. But anybody have a problem with that? Okay. Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, at a very high level, and obviously Laura Storrs and Dr. Lusk are all here to answer any questions you have, but this action has no impact on the City of Amarillo credit or debt. It is a federal tax law requirement for nonprofit private entities when they're doing this type of debt issuance. They're doing the same thing, I believe, and Dr. Lusk will correct me if I'm wrong, I know, not only in Amarillo but also in Plainview, Live Oak, and Wichita Falls. So this is addressing a number of their physical plants across the state. But at the end of the day, anytime they do this type of debt issuance, this tax-exempt debt issuance, they have to have the senior municipal elected body approve and authorize that debt issuance. So there is no impact on anything financial with regard to the city. Dr. Lusk or Laura, anything you want to add before council asks you questions?
I just wanted to reiterate that we have run this through our bond counsel as well, just to Bob Dransfield and his team, just to make sure that he could verify all of this. There has been an indemnification clause added in there just to ensure that there's no liability towards the city if anything were to come up on the university's behalf. But I think it might be good to hear Dr. Lusk talk just a little bit about what they're planning to do with this. And staff's recommendation is by all means to have council support this.
And I believe all these cities are being considered today at the same time?
Yes, sir. I've got.
Oh, my goodness,
I've got
we're all
Plainview
meeting at the same
here in a little
time?
bit, and then Lubbock.
He's got to leave here to go to Plainview.
Oh, wow.
Got
Yeah, if we kept you in your normal slot, that would have really messed up your
problem,
yeah.
but that would have been fine. Whatever we need to do. I appreciate the time. Before you, I want to begin by just saying we appreciate the relationship Wayland has had with Amarillo for many decades now. We love being in Amarillo. This is a refinancing of a bond issue that this is the first window that we've had the opportunity to refinance. Interest rates are favorable. The refinancing of these bonds creates for us capital that we can spend in certain ways regulated by those bond covenants. But it increases not one bit our debt service, so it was a window that was very favorable to us. Here in Amarillo at our campus, those things that we have targeted, we're looking at issues on the roof, issues of HVAC, which you all are familiar with in your own facility. Those are things that give us an opportunity to deal with, as well as some parking lot. The expenditure here in the Amarillo campus would be no more than around $275,000, but we're excited about having the resources to do some things that we would not otherwise have the resources to do without changing our debt structure at all. And as Laura has suggested, there's no risk to Amarillo financially, and there has been an indemnification provided, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anybody? Doctor, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck with your project, and hopefully you'll get favor from every city that you're making a request from today.
I appreciate y'all's time. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Okay, so at this time, let's entertain a motion with regard to item 3N on the agenda.
Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 02-08-22-6.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Sauer and seconded by Howard Smith. Thank you, Councilman Smith, to approve this agenda item for Wayland Baptist University. Any further discussion or questions about the motion?
I'm sorry I'm not as thorough as
I know.
Mayor Pro Tem is with this. That simplification was adequate.
Okay, so all of those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? That item passes with a 4-0 vote. Just making note that Mayor Pro Tem Powell had stepped out of the room for that vote. Okay, let's do pause and take a restroom break. We'll come back and pick up item 1H quickly. Streetscape project and get an update on that. So, Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you very much. We have with us Kyle Sneederjohn. I believe Beth Duke is either in the room or in the house. So she's also available from Center City to provide some feedback. But Kyle's going to give us an update on where we're at with the project, what the next steps are, and what the overall timeline is going to be. So, Kyle, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Absolutely. We're getting this project moving forward and excited about this project. This is effectively the Streetscape project for Polk Street. Our project scope, as we've talked about previously, is identified to be from Southeast 10th Avenue to 2nd Avenue. And what we're doing is adding those typical DODS improvements, those downtown urban design standard improvements that include the frontage zone and the pedestrian zone and that furnishing zone right up adjacent to the curb on Polk Street. And there's some more examples. That's a rendering there by our design consultant, which is Park Hill Engineering. And then here's some just pictures of those kind of typical DODS improvements, including the pedestrian lighting and the bike rack and place to lock up. And then we got some park benches and trash receptacles, which are all items that have been highly identified by individuals down in the Polk area. The big piece is our upcoming schedule. We're right in the middle of our preliminary engineering phases, and we've made contact with every adjacent property owner to the project. Our consulting engineer has made contact with every single property owner adjacent to the project, and is having and starting lots of different conversations related to that. Those conversations span the gamut of hooray or to oh no, and what that might be. So those conversations are ongoing and will be a big part of the timeline of the project. So what that shows on our schedule right there is actual moving into our design phase next, and moving into our what we're calling our PPP, which is basically public-private partnership phase, that we're calling it our PPP section. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. But we're moving into that phase, and then we anticipate our design work to be happening simultaneously with those partnership conversations and even easement conversations, and then starting construction on the actual work on this project just after the start of the year 2023, and finishing before the end of the year that same year 2023. I indicated a little bit about public-private partnerships, and I do want to highlight that we really feel like this is the cornerstone and the key aspect to make this project a success is the cooperation and participation of the adjacent, not only property owners but stakeholders in that Polk Street area. Our design engineer again has made contact with all those adjacent property owners and has identified unique solutions and unique problems for each and every owner along that corridor. Some as detailed as I've got a basement that extends out to the curb, or I've got an overhead canopy, or or even kind of bistro table type fencing and stuff out on the sidewalk. And each property owner has unique and different challenges that we're going to address, and that we're going to communicate with them and work with them to make the overall project a success. We are exploring and encouraging those partnerships and actual partnership projects with the owners, and we're looking at that as a way to expand the footprint of the total project. And so what I mean by that is, say an owner has a corner lot that has the side street, or possibly even some of our owners own all four sides, own the entire block and have four sides. We're discussing opportunities to have partnership projects where those property owners undertake doing all the blocks, doing everything that they own, all the block faces that they own, and the city using our funds to obviously participate in their project and pay for that Polk Street piece that we've got budgeted. And so we're highly encouraging that and engaging in individual conversations, as well as Jared alluded. We've engaged Center City and the ever wonderful Miss Beth Duke in conversations, and utilizing with the idea of utilizing Beth to increase that communication with those property owners, to help us understand their day-to-day needs and what things that they might bring to her that they maybe wouldn't bring to me or an engineer. They maybe talk a little bit different to Beth than they do the guy with the hard hat on, and that's those kind of conversations. So we're also going to facilitate. We will, everything that gets built down there will be subject to the Dodds review and Dodds criteria. And so the city staff is absolutely taking some steps. We've made contacts with our Dodds group. We're going to facilitate. We anticipate that our plans, our schematics, the things that we bring forth will go first, and then that sets some parameters with our Dodds group. It lets them understand what the big picture is, maybe, and then hopefully then that facilitates some detail work that, say, a private property owner might want to do that might be just a little bit on the boundaries of the Dodds stuff. But there are very unique challenges up and down that street. There always is when we start doing construction downtown. So, and then lastly, we will be having multiple engagement opportunities. Again, we're going to use Center City to facilitate some of those, but we're going to have more like we envision, and actually Beth made suggestions for kind of workshop type environments with those property owners, because their concerns are going to be so unique. I absolutely want a trash receptacle in front of my business, all the way to don't you dare put that trash receptacle in front of my business. And so all of those things will be conversations, and we're going to have extensive back and forth and participation across the board. So looking forward to all of those things happening. They are getting kicked off and are underway as we speak. And any further questions?
What types of things would be done?
Yep. So in the bulk of that work is going to be is the sidewalk area. We're going to redo the sidewalk. It will be fully brought up to ADA criteria, so that will include the pedestrian ramps at the corners, and then we'll be adding that. We'll be refurbishing that furnishing zone. That's a hard statement to say. We'll be refurbishing that furnishing zone that is the vegetation, the park bench area, those pedestrian amenities up and down those blocks, and then that includes sidewalk all the way up to the faced facade of the buildings in the right of way, because all of those buildings set right on the right of way line, and so there's an interaction there. There's an interaction there with the front door of that business, and so that's why that communication piece is so paramount, because we're going to extend from the curb right up to their front door.
How's it? It was decided to go from 10th to 2nd. Why not 11th or 12th to 2nd?
Absolutely. So the biggest piece of that was a fiscal a look at the space fiscally, based on how much money we have. If you remember, these were bond funds that we set aside as a match, as a grant match for a larger project. And we applied for that larger project 4 years in a row, and were unsuccessful. And so this matching percent, or these matching dollars, have a timeline on them because they are our grant dollars. And so we identified a scope that fit those dollars, and then took off from there. There is opportunity for a little bit of give and take on the total scope. That includes those public-private partnerships. If we're able to capitalize on some of those things and see some cost savings or even some synergy, then that scope may adjust a little. But that's the boundary we came up with.
10th to 11th, the city would own one side, where the chamber is.
The chamber,
Someone
yes, sir.
else owns the other side.
Yes, sir.
The next block, 11th to 12th, First Baptist owns all of one side. I don't know who owns the other side. Be nice if it went to 12th.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Yes, sir.
May have been a lot of money to do that.
Well, and there's the possibility of some push and pull on scope as we work through the particulars with each property owner, as we accommodate and account for certain parts of the project that have already been done. There is the chance of that movement. However, we're pretty much aware of all those opportunities for movement, have accounted for that. If we can push the scope outward, we absolutely will. It makes a lot of sense to go towards 12th rather than going towards, to the north.
We're going to have that park.
We'll have the park, we're moving towards the Swopes Park that'll come before council,
Be good.
Recently or soon.
Something there.
Soon, yeah.
So when it's a public-private partnership, anything's possible, right?
Yeah, sort of. So we are bound by...
Like his suggestion of wanting to go all the way to 12. Well, in a public-private partnership, you could make that actually happen if the public-private partnership stepped up, correct?
Yep, absolutely. That's a great point, and we have that opportunity up and down our current scope. And so any of those that allow us more flexibility in our budget, we'll take advantage of those. We're only bound by, or we are bound by public procurement laws and criteria, and so we're only allowed to participate up to 30% of the total value of public improvements on a public-private partnership if the owner is to keep control of that bidding process, and that's typically the carrot for a private owner is I get to control that project. That's my contractor. I'm not having to run it through the city, and so that 30% participation typically kind of becomes the limits of those types of agreements, but they are negotiable past that with other criteria.
So, like if originally they were wanting to, in that project, wasn't it even considered having the ability to have bollards that raise up and make it a walkway for certain events or whatever? If they decided, because I'm sure that's not in the plan currently, but if that's something that they wanted to do between, what is that, 6th and 7th, I think or 7th and 8th, where all of that was originally talked about, then you could still, in a public-private partnership, the city could participate up to 30% in that if the owners along there decided, hey, we want to make this available.
Yes, sir.
I'm just...
Yep, and there were lots and lots of ideas about this corridor as we talked about that grant application from before, and there were conversations about a boulevard section and back-end parking, and there were lots and lots of different ideas. We are not touching the transportation aspects in this project. This is a reduced value because we set aside cash as a grant match. We were trying to hit maybe 30% of a total project cost, and that's what we have set aside in cash. And so that's the dollars we're going to spend.
Okay, good.
Yes, Cole.
Is this a first come, first serve basis, or do you not anticipate reaching the full amount of the grant plus the match?
So So no, this is only that match. It is a set number. There is no grant funds. The grant was a larger project, and we were unsuccessful in that. This was our match cash that we set aside.
So we use this money as a match amount to leverage an application for Tiger funds, and it was later called something else.
Yep.
But it would have enabled us to do the entire Polk Street area plus down 6th Street or 7th Street, and that was some discussion on that, but probably 6th Street, all the way down to the Rails to Trails terminus. So the
I thought
Tiger.
this sheet did a good job. If you're looking for a summary.
Yep, that's excellent. I
Yeah.
left that on the back of the.
There it is. It's coming.
Sorry.
But that would help, because we've talked about this every year that we've been on council, and there have been different options. Let's apply for that grant. Then you have to wait months and months and months to see if you get the grant. Then the feedback from the feds is, but you guys were so close. Okay, let's try again next year. And so you see all of that summarized on this one page, and how we're finally saying the problem, I think, we're getting some pressure from business owners on Polk Street because they were told this project was designed and it's been talked about for lots of years. So when to move forward, when to kind of give up hope that we're going to get the grant. For me, it did it. We ended up getting a build grant for the barrio.
Yes.
Almost $2 million. And so that's a huge win for that neighborhood. And what I know is that means we're not going to get it for Polk Street. But we have some dollars set aside for Polk Street, and we could deploy the dollars that we do have. And that, I think, is where we landed there.
Exactly.
So you'll manage that amount of money based on what the private individual owners bring to you and how they bring it to you.
That's correct. That's correct. We've identified the scope of a general scope of what we think we can accomplish, and then exactly we're in a negotiation / participation conversation with every one of those owners, and we want to leverage as much private money as we possibly can to expand the impacts of that project, and that includes those partnership type opportunities.
Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful, Mayor. Thank you for pointing that out.
Apologize. I pulled that out of my presentation from
really,
the last time.
I thought it was a great slide. It's very helpful.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, a lot of information on that slide.
And as we get into actual construction on the project, because it is going to be very impactful to businesses and to citizens in the area, we'll bring regular updates to you and give you plenty of opportunities to ask staff questions. And we'll also be very active communicating with impacted property owners to make sure that we're communicating as much as we possibly can, so that everyone knows exactly how everything's going to be managed in front of their business, and what the impacts are and steps we can take or we're willing to take, and listen to any ideas that they have on how we can better manage and better provide access during this very impactful construction period. So we'll move as quickly as we can, communicate as much as we can, and we'll put a lot more briefings in front of council once we get to the construction phase.
Any other questions?
I would just like to see, not to get too repetitive, but a little bit, I'd like to see you explore 10th to 11th, 11th to 12th, and even south of 12th is what used to be Amarillo College. It's where the theater stuff is. There's a lot of stuff happening in that area. It'd be good to do it all at the same time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, anybody else? Kyle, thank you. We appreciate the updates. Mainly, we appreciate seeing progress on this.
Thank you.
Okay, item 1I, any requests for future agenda items or reports from the city manager? Okay, hearing nothing, let's move on to the consent agenda. And I want to start by requesting that we pull item 2G. And then I also just want to make a note as I read through there on 2E and 2F. Good job, Chip Orton. The work that Chip does in pulling down our public safety. These are two grants that are benefiting our public safety departments and first responders. And, those grant dollars, they really help. They're dollars we don't have to come up with through property tax or sales tax in the general fund. So I just wanted to pat the city manager on the back and give a shout out to Chip and his team. And obviously, I appreciate the work. Well, I know the council appreciates the work that the first responders do in putting those grant funds to work. Okay, with that, do we have a motion or anybody else have anything that needs to come off for more discussion?
No. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Pulling item 2G.
Oh, I'm
Is
sorry.
that correct?
You still want to pull those items off? Okay.
Not E and F, but can we pull item 2G for more discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 2G.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes with the 5-0 vote. Let's move on and just take up item 2G if we could, Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, we have Assistant Chief Sam Baucom here to discuss the item and answer any questions council has. I know this is a very important item. We have back in the back of the room Will Hendon, who is the senior person with AMR, and I apologize, I don't have all the names, but we have a number of our team back there. I see Firefighters Mays, Turney, Harbin, and some others. So this is something with a high level of coordination between fire department, EMS, PD, all of our public safety and first responders, as well as dispatch. So it's a very important contract. Chief Baucom.
Hello, Sam Baucom, Amarillo Fire Department. I'm happy to talk in general about some of the benefits or to just answer correct questions directly.
I think I mainly wanted to just get a quick summary, if we could, Chief, and then give the council an opportunity to ask any questions, just any concerns that we have or any questions about the contract.
Okay. Well, in general, we took the old permit and we looked at what worked and what didn't work. We were also advised to look at Arlington's permit and also Abilene's permit, because theirs were much more recent within the last year or so, and they also had some really good value-added items in them. So we overall we improved the compliance and the oversight of the proposed permit that we've got in front of you. It includes improvements to the metrics so that we can do a better job of tracking, when they're doing good and when there's opportunities for improvement. It has a formal addition for the BLS ambulances, so for low acuity calls that don't necessarily need that high level, paramedic level response. That takes pressure off of the paramedics that are available in the system. It also includes an adjustment on the liquidated damages if we get to a point somewhere where, they're not meeting compliance. And it also funds a permit administrator that would be based in the Amarillo Fire Department that would focus on making sure that all of this oversight and compliance is being met, and when it's not, that we have the data to back up and make those changes. The old permit had some ambiguity in it, so we wanted to take a chance to clarify and clean up that. It included things like there's commentary in there about disposable items that they would provide to us. In general, the thoughts are, like medical gloves or medical equipment or things like that would be disposable. We actually took the time to build a list of what we consider disposable, so it outlines those expectations. There's language in there now that reimburses the AFD for narcotics. So because of the DEA, we can't trade that out. We're the ones licensed for our narcotics. They're licensed for theirs. So there's language in there so that they can reimburse us for that use, and also for reimbursing us when a BLS ambulance shows up to a high acuity call, and we have to ride a paramedic in on that. So it gives a reimbursement for us to take one of our paramedics off of our fire truck and send it to the ambulance.
So, Chief, I can tell just in the summary that you're giving us, there are a lot of terms to this contract, and it seems like you've negotiated a lot of different points.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been working on this?
We have been working on this. Initially, we started some of this in August and September.
And with regard to the things that you've asked for or wanted to change or negotiated, I mean, is that input coming from inside the fire department?
Yes. So we have a team, and if I can, I'll go ahead and point them out right now.
Sure.
But Captain Harbin has been kind of the point person on this, and then Captain Turney and Lieutenant Mays have taken all those permits, and for some of them that's huge. I think the Arlington permit is over 100 pages long, and they went through them with fine-tooth comb to find out what would benefit our community, and they took that time. I'm talking hundreds of hours to build a permit that. This one's for 8 years with two-year renewals, so its intention is to make sure that our community is well taken care of for the next decade.
So I know you guys signed up for all the thrill and firefighting and training, and reading hours and hours of documents sounds more like what lawyers sign up for. And I'm not joking that off, but I am saying thank you for doing that. But I'm assuming also that, I mean, our department has so many highly trained paramedics, and that's an emphasis in our department. I'm assuming you guys have, and maybe guys, I don't know what your specific training is, but I'm assuming those that have the paramedic specialty in our firefighters, that you guys had them weigh in on all the things you're negotiating for, and they were part of this process. I just want to ask that to make sure. I know you did it, but I want to give you a chance to brag about how well you did that.
All three of them are paramedics.
Okay.
And we definitely engaged that component, because that's where the focus here is in advanced life support, pre-hospital emergency medical care.
Yeah.
And our goal is to continue pushing our fire trucks and advancing their medical levels until we can get paramedics on every fire truck. The purpose is to make sure that, we're generally the ones that get there first. Because of us being community-based, we want to make sure we provide the highest level of medical care that we possibly can.
Sure. Those are generally my questions. Will, we appreciate the work that you do for the city, and it's good to see you again. But, Council, any other questions? Sure, Cole.
Mayor, thank you for pulling that off and allowing us to have a little bit better discussion on it. So, in reviewing that contract, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding kind of the legalese in it. That contract does allow for AFD to bill for some services that they're providing, maybe to help take the burden off of AMR, or I guess just add into whatever the need was. Is that right?
So mostly it's a safety net. I mean, the intent is for the ambulance provider to be able to do what we've asked them to do, but there are times, when things are just overwhelming, and we wanted to make sure that we had a way that when, say, they're out of paramedic ambulances, that we can still treat a patient with advanced life support, firefighter, paramedics and things, and make sure that we can get them to the hospital in a timely manner. Mm-hmm. So leveraging these BLS ambulances is one of those ways of doing that.
So that really kind of puts it into a context of, one is better care for our public in an urgent situation, but two is probably kind of a partnership in being able to take some of the strain if they are running transports or I guess less manned than they need to be. Would we ever foresee any kind of a partnership arrangement where, I'm not saying we'd have 20 ambulances, but I'm just saying, would we ever have our own, that you guys could utilize?
Well, I mean, right now our focus is on first responder, ALS. We've got a long ways to go before we could really worry about something along those lines. And that's why we want to be able to, we've worked with them for over a decade now, and we've built a really good partnership in understanding, what can AMS do, what can we bring to the table, as you mentioned. And so I don't know that, our intent is that path at this moment. Our intent is to make sure that we can collaboratively augment this pre-hospital system and make sure that our patients are well taken care of.
Okay, understood on that. And then it sounds more like it's personnel that's really needed. And so you guys are able to bring the additional personnel and potentially equipment. So,
Well, I'll give you a couple of examples. During COVID, there was a lot of people that were sick. So one of the things that AMS can do is they can reach out to their other cities and surge to bring in additional staff to help cover that. Or another example would be when the facility that they were based out of collapsed from a snowstorm. Is that right? And it took out half their fleet.
Mm-hmm.
So they were able to bring in ambulances from other parts of the country to ensure that we are able to continually have that level of care in our community.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chief. Appreciate the clarification on that.
Any other questions, Council?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I think probably one of the most important thing, and I'm so glad you guys are doing it, is the fact that you're making it so you do have paramedics on every unit. I think as first responders, that's one of the most critical things you guys could be doing here in town, and I just applaud you guys for not slowing down, pushing through, because I know it's not been easy to get to this point, and I just applaud your effort, and I'm grateful for your service in the way that does take care of the community, because I think it's more than just generally you're the first ones on the scene. It's almost always you guys are the first ones on the scene. And to know that there's always going to be someone that's at a paramedic level. If something happens at my house, then there will be a paramedic there. And I think that's very comforting. I think it's very important. And I think it says a lot about the fire department here in town. And I'm very proud of you guys.
Thank you. And that's certainly our goal, is to get to that point.
Excellent. We definitely agree with that.
One of the things I'd like to point out, and it leverages what you're speaking to, is that this permit also includes that AMS gives us on loan for the next 5 years the additional equipment we need to be able to make each one of our frontline trucks paramedic ready. And that alone is worth about $375,000 in loaned equipment to us. And that was one of those things that these guys have worked hard to make sure we can continue pushing that envelope.
And what you all are doing doesn't take away from what AMR provides for the city of Amarillo. It just betters the service that we have as a first responder here in town.
We look at it as a partnership. We augment each other, whether it's in emergency response or collaboration and training and preparation.
Okay, good. Thank you all for indulging that, coming off of consent for that discussion. And Chief, thank you very much for information. Chief Mays, anything you want to add to that?
Mainly just want to compliment the gentleman back here, and especially Will, with kind of an outside-the-box way of taking what we've been doing and using that as our floor and building from there. And as soon as that document is signed, I truly believe that the level of care for EMS in our community will be improved based on the raising of that standard according to that document. So thank you all for the trust of letting us negotiate that in good faith, and for public safety here in Amarillo and in our area. So thank you all.
Thank you, Chief. I think we're ready for a motion then.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve item G on the consent agenda, Resolution 02-08-22-3, granting of an ambulance services permit with American Medical Response Ambulance Services, doing business as Amarillo Medical Services for the purpose of providing ambulance services throughout the city of Amarillo.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Dr. Sauer to approve item 2G off of the consent agenda. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to the non-consent agenda. Item 3A is a presentation and consideration of a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program agreement between the City of Amarillo and Buc-ee's Amarillo, LLC. Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. We are on the front end of a number of items that are economic development related. So Andrew has responsibility for 3A. Let's go ahead and take it away, Andrew.
Yes, sir.
This has also admittedly been subject of a lot of conversation on social media and in the press. So it is of interest, apparently.
I was talking to Kevin Carter with the AEDC beforehand, and this has been one of the projects that we get asked most about as far as trying to get a new business here. It's one of the handful that definitely comes up often. So this is for a proposed Buc-ee's project, considering relocating to Amarillo to build a new travel center. They have identified a site at East I-40 and Airport Boulevard, 20 acres. I did want to point out some of the comments that I did see was, why this location, why this site? They actually picked this site and got under contract as a possible site for them, so this was not selected by the city. The city wasn't involved in that process. It is 53,000 square feet with 120 fueling positions. Cost is approximately $30 million with 150 new full-time jobs. $6 million payroll with the entry level starting at $15 an hour. If approved and the project does come to Amarillo, they would expect at the latest to start February 1st of next year. The goal would be to start before the end of this year, but due to COVID and the supply chain issues, we are building in some buffer there in case there are some delays getting what they need to get started. Here is just an aerial of the site, so you can see the location. It's just east of the State Travel Center. This is an example of a similar layout in Melissa, Texas, just so you could get an idea of what it would look like fully built and the impact, as you can see with all those cars there on site. Their focus, of course, is mainly on the traveling customer. They're not focused really on our residents. As much as I know our residents will enjoy going there, this map really shows you what their market base is, and the majority of these do come from 50-plus miles away as far as their traveling customer. This is just a case study that they provided us. This is a location in Alabama and comparing it to a mall in Florence, South Carolina, just to show you the number of visitors that they do have in these Buc-ee's locations, as well as showing you the 50 miles away statistic. They see 82% of the business at this one store, 5.6 million, compared to the local mall there in Florence, 940,000 of their 6 million. And it's pretty good comparable looking up Magnolia. Their mall's a little over 600,000 square feet. Ours is a little over 800, and the MSA in Magnolia is 193,000 compared to our 265,000. So a pretty good comparison of what we might expect if a location is built here in Amarillo. This is another case study. This is Terrell, Texas, before the Buc-ee's went in. So this is 2014. This is with Buc-ee's already in place and operational, and you can see what's starting to grow around it. They are a really good anchor tenant as far as a catalyst to see more development opportunities taking place around the property. This is what it looks like today. This is actually just a rendering, but I showed a street view so you can see it is actually built just a few years later. So hundreds of acres of development, and all the traffic that comes through there encourage new development to take place. And the location that Buc-ee's is considering here in Amarillo has over 100 acres surrounding it in undeveloped land that might see similar opportunities. Each market's different, each location's different, but you can see just based on the traffic that a Buc-ee's location pulls in, it could encourage new development to take place around it. As far as specific benefits of the Buc-ee's project, I mentioned the 150 full-time employees. Different from a lot of retail stores, they don't focus on part-time employees. They want full-time staff running the operation here locally. As proposed, it is a split of 50% of the sales tax, so the city would see initially 50% of sales tax, and then after the end of the term, full collection of sales taxes. Within the agreement, there's also a $275,000 donation for a community-oriented project, civic event, or other purpose as determined by the City Council. We've also requested that Amarillo be included on the primary freestanding sign for a marketing opportunity. Requested that they maintain annual membership with the Amarillo Chamber of Commerce, including also 18 square feet of community kiosk space within the travel center to really market Amarillo and different places that the travelers might go to. Excuse me. And I've spoken with Cashin with CVB, and they're very excited about this opportunity as another location to market Amarillo and the different opportunities that we have here. They'll also make an effort to hire local contractors and suppliers for the project. And then I wanted to point out the ad valorem taxes on a $30 million investment, no abatement or rebate being requested, even though on this next slide I'll touch on our incentive guidelines. This project really meets the benchmarks that they could have requested a property tax abatement, but they did not. They understand, as part of the negotiation, what they're asking for. They understand the situation that cities have to deal with as far as revenue and the budget, and they thought property taxes for the city and the school district were appropriate to remain and support the revenue for those different entities. So as far as a reminder on our incentive guidelines, this was adopted by City Council in August 2019 to really set the standard of what City Council and our taxing partners, what would be considered on some of these requests. Before, it was more just come in and ask and kind of negotiate. This really lays out what the council will consider, what's required as far as job investment, payroll, capital expenditures. So as far as sales tax rebates, the threshold's fairly low as far as the capital expenditure, payroll, and new jobs. But what we've laid out in the incentive guidelines adopted by council is that we have minimum requirements for sales tax collections. So you have to have a minimum of annual sales of $10 million, and the chart actually goes up to $17 million, which would allow for up to 1% sales tax rebate for up to 10 years with an annual rebate.
And that's a minimum taxable annual
taxable sales. Yes. So like gas sales wouldn't qualify. We don't collect any taxes off gas sales. But there is built into the policy exceptions if there's a unique project or it's producing well above these dollar amounts, which this one is proposed at $30 million. And the way we've negotiated this one is a 50-50 split, which would actually be less than the 1%, but the big difference being that it extends from 10 years to 20 years. But council does have built into the policy to consider that, and some of the metrics for excluding are things like creating 100 jobs or more, being a major regional or tourism draw, revitalizing a targeted area, some of those things as reasons for why the council might consider going above and beyond what's laid out in the guidelines. As far as specific requests we've touched on, it is 50% of sales tax or 0.75% over 20 years because the city only brings in the 1.5 cent. Half cent goes to AEDC, so this is just the city's share. What that equates to is $225,000 a year, up to $4.5 million based on 30 million sales. So that's if sales remain flat. Of course, they project sales to increase as the years go on, so that's performance-based. Based on what they bring in. And at the bottom is just a net benefit calculation working with AEDC and the software they've got. Kind of shows you when we calculate everything from property tax, utility revenue, new homes being built, this project would still have a net benefit even after cost and after sales tax rebate of over $8 million for the community and for the city of Amarillo specifically. So that's really the highlights. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk more about the process of the negotiations. We've also got Mr. Stan Beard here, the Director of Real Estate for Buc-ee's. He's happy to elaborate more on Buc-ee's plans. I did want to point out, of course, incentives. The goal of the incentives is to encourage a business to come here that may not come here in the future. Buc-ee's historically, with new travel centers, they do not go anywhere that they do not negotiate an incentive on the front end. They'll look at other opportunities. So they have historically not gone anywhere on a new travel center without an incentive. I just wanted to point that out just on their business model. So happy to answer any questions.
Lots of good info in there. Questions, council? Where do we want to start? We had a couple of people in public address, Andrew, talk about concern for existing businesses in our city. And that's something that we hear traditionally anytime the city gives an incentive. We are concerned about existing businesses in the city. We are concerned about small businesses in the city. Talk just a little bit philosophically about why the city has these guidelines to attract these type of projects. I think you did a really good job in presenting information about netting out, it's $8 million a year benefit to our city. But then also, like the pictures from Terrell, seeing the further development, more sales tax, more property tax, and all of those projects mean we have more money to spend on parks and repairing roads and paying better salaries for police and fire. There are a lot of benefits that come to the city as a whole from a large project like this. But just talk philosophically about all of those benefits and why we think it's important to have this economic policy and the guidelines we have.
Yeah, the policy helps really lay out the expectations, because our goal, we're not really looking to water down our businesses and split up all the sales that might go to their particular stores. I think we're really focused on diversifying the economy with these incentive policies. We want to look for businesses that do things a little differently or will draw more people, more visitors to town in order to see, like you said, a spin-off effect. So Buc-ee's isn't going to get all the business. People are going to drive by and say, hey, it's too full, I'm going to go to the next place, or I'm going to find a different store. But I think the goal with Buc-ee's in particular is that they'll encourage more spending maybe than they might on a regular basis, so they might just fill up with gas and continue on the road. So I think that brings in a different aspect for their particular business model. But yes, overall, the goal is to incentivize growth around a location. If you can increase the traffic to an area of town that might not see it otherwise. Granted, this is I-40, so we see a lot of traffic, but we haven't seen development out there. It's a vacant piece of land and has been for a long time. So I think the goal is see some improvement on the east side of town. It's close to the East Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. We could see some spinoff there because we've got a zone in place now also to incentivize projects. So the more you can capitalize on private sector investment and a little incentive to encourage it to take place can really spur a lot more into the community, into that area. And I think the guidelines just help set a standard and expectation of what might be considered on the front end, which we've seen very helpful with AEDC and their projects. They're able to go and negotiate really ahead of time that we know our council and our taxing partners are willing to consider these without it being not transparent of a process.
Howard, do you have a question?
I do. I understand this is in the city.
Yes, sir.
Right.
It is.
Do you have a map that shows where the boundaries are?
Of the city or the boundary of the property?
Where the city boundaries are in relation to the property?
I do not, but the boundary continues east maybe another mile from this site.
How far south is the city?
Not very far south, so it may go half a section south. So you could see some more opportunity to expand infrastructure, annex additional properties.
And where I'm headed is, should we consider annexing that since it's going to grow around it like it did in some other town you showed us?
I think if you asked me before the legislature changed their policy on how you can annex without being petitioned, yes, that probably would be what a city would normally do. But I think with the landowners and what their plans are and wanting water and sewer service, that would be a natural next step when other businesses want to go out there.
But it has to come from the landowner.
Yes.
That was a legislative change in
Yes.
17, is that right?
Correct. Or
Yeah, and I think if I was a landowner to the south, I would probably be doing a little happy dance right now with what the potential would be. So I see them coming to us to want to have some sort of a development plan. I think it would be really good.
Cool. Did you have a question, Cole?
I did. And so more of a clarification. So the gentleman that spoke earlier, I really appreciate his viewpoint on capitalism, because that's something that I would hold myself accountable to. And so I am a capitalist, and I am a businessman, and so this is a business deal to me, and I wouldn't expect anything any different than if I were doing a business deal. So I have a tolerance for a certain amount of risk that I'm willing to take, and I'm not willing to go out and build 50 houses at one time. Now, if I was and had the capital to do that, I would expect a better deal for my lumber salesman. And if he wouldn't give me one, then I'd go out and I'd negotiate a better deal somewhere else. And so that's capitalism, pure and simple. So that's not an unlevel playing field for me to go to my lumber salesman and say, hey, you're giving him a better deal than you are me, when we're not really playing with the same amount of risk. So I don't feel bad about this in the way of like it being unfair. I don't feel like it's something that's not true to our capitalistic roots. I just feel like as a city, when you are incentivizing, I want to make sure we hold ourselves level. That and it's good that you put up there kind of the protocol. If you qualify for this $10 million gross sales, then you can ask for that same rebate or that same deal. Since we have those parameters, then I feel like we've got what we need to help have fairness and an opportunity, not equity, but opportunity, because it really comes down to your risk and your tolerance for risk. And so that's my point there in kind of making sure that this thing doesn't slide over into the thought process that I've heard from some of my citizens that's like, why are we giving away stuff that we don't have to? You know, they can afford it, they'd come here anyway. Well, in your business, you do the same thing. You buy in bulk or you negotiate with different customers, you know, in different ways, depending on their ability to pay you or the volume that they can buy at. I just think it's important to keep that kind of in front of the council here today as we're making this decision.
I think I'd want to add to that. And the thing that I would want to add to is I would think, this is what I would also want to say to the people here in town who have businesses. If you haven't seen this before, I want you to be able to see this is available to you just as likely as it's available to Buc-ee's. If you have a business or you've got an idea, or as Cole said, you're willing to take that kind of risk and you've got that ability to do that, this is not just for Buc-ee's. This is for anybody who can qualify at this level. And I would be more than happy to approve somebody else doing another project that provides the same kind of result that obviously will benefit our city. So I think the fact that these things, what I would hope these things would do would perk up somebody else that's here in town and goes, oh, maybe I can do a project that will get me the same kind of result, and they will get the same kind of deference from us that Buc-ee's would get from us if we vote for this thing all the way through. So I think that's the other part that I want to make for sure that gets out there is this is not just available to one person, one group, one business. This is available to anybody who can provide that kind of opportunity.
Absolutely. It's more rare to recruit new. It's better to see our local businesses expand or start a new location.
Mr. Beard, would you be willing to come to the podium and just, first of all, we haven't voted yet, but you know we want to welcome you to Amarillo and hopefully your business as well, and then maybe cash in after he's finished just your thoughts on whether this is a good idea, not a good idea, how the CBB sees it.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, Council. My name's Stan Beard, Director of Real Estate for Buc-ee's. Born and raised in Midland, husband to a Spearman / Amarillo girl. So I personally am really excited to get a Buc-ee's to West Texas. This is a big deal for me personally. We're excited to be here. The staff, Andrew, Jared, everybody's done a great job working with us. And I'm here to answer questions, handle any concerns anyone has.
Any questions? I do have a question. Andrew had shown that map, Stan, on where your customers come from. And I'm looking at this page that has the concentric circles. One says 12% typical customers come from 0 to 20 miles. 33% of them come 21 to 50 miles, and 55% of them come from 51 miles or more away. So you can add up, 88% of your typical customers come from 21 miles or more, which would basically put them outside the city limits to shop at your store. So just comment on that if you don't mind.
So we are not. We're obviously a different animal than a typical convenience store. If I want a can of Copenhagen and a Diet Coke, I'm not going to go to Buc-ee's. I'm going to go to a local corner store, park right next to the front door, run in, get my stuff, and go. Our customers are travelers, our highway travelers. Here, especially, those circles are going to look even different. They're going to look even wider. I think we'll see, 75% of our customers come from 150 miles away or more. It's a big travel space, and we're a destination, as my boss has always told me. Our customers know they're going to a Buc-ee's before they ever get into the car. It's just part of the stop. And so what we hope to be is part of the stop between, New Mexico and Oklahoma. And we, as far as traffic counts go, this will be on the low end. This is kind of a stretch is a bit of a aggressive term, but this is new territory for us. We're assuming that with the lower traffic count here, we're still going to grab more of that customer off of the highway, and we believe we will. We have a typical store has 100,000 visitors a week. It's just different, and we hope that when they come, it's going to be the Amarillo Buc-ee's. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Every one of our Buc-ee's, I am very proud of forging relationships with the folks early on, and then throughout the whole process of being the Amarillo Buc-ee's, the Bernie Buc-ee's, the Bastrop Buc-ee's. Your city is identified with our company and vice versa, and so we're really I am happy dances. I'm doing one for Amarillo.
Well, surely we just moved to the top of the list because Amarillo starts with A.
Right.
Right.
So that
moved
list,
in front of Bernie. We moved in front of Bastrop. Yeah.
The list, as far as, by the way, when we start, and we want to get started as I know you've heard this, as soon as possible. We have our goal is to start this building this year, and we've been a little creeped out by some of our deliveries and some of our material availability, but we're pretty comfortable with y'all are going to see shovels in the ground this year.
I thought you were going to say you'd start Monday.
Well, I Monday's kind of busy. We need to close on the property. The Atterberries need to go ahead and sell us the property, and that's around the corner. Probably ought to get a building permit and go that route. But we're this is obviously a big step in the process right here today.
That's good. Any other questions from council? Great. Well, Cashin, I'd love just to hear your thoughts from CVB. Stan, thank you. I see your wife is with you as well. Judge Julie, thank you.
Well, I'll just say that we're excited from a visitation standpoint. From our office, we've really gone into the acceptance mode and focus on leisure travel, what really supports us, our bread and butter, turning the pass-through into destination, that messaging of slow down, get off the highway. We've really changed a lot of our messaging to make sure that we're talking to people before they're here, instead of waiting till they're on I-40 and trying to get them off at that time. So with the brand like this, I think it makes a big difference on just something that entices and excites and can even change the highways that you choose to take sometimes. So I think it's going to really come behind, and I know everybody is aware that the rates on the hotels have had a lot of integrity over this year, and they've really found some confidence coming out of COVID, which was wonderful. This is the kind of thing that I think is really going to keep that integrity in those rates and keep that confidence going and allow us to keep the brand growing. So we're definitely excited from our office.
Questions for Cashin, council? Okay, Cashin, thank you for being here. All right, with that, do we need any more information before we have a motion on this item?
Okay. Mayor, I move to approve a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program agreement between the City of Amarillo and Buc-ee's Amarillo LLC for the construction of a new travel center to be located at the southeast corner of East Interstate 40 and Amarillo Boulevard.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve item 3A and the 380 agreement related to item 3A. Any further questions or discussion from the council? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The item passes with the 5-0 vote. Congratulations, Mr. Beard.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, we're excited too. Item 3B is to consider a second agreement with regard to economic development between the AEDC and Horizon Ag Products. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. The next two items are associated with Project HAP, an exciting project that AEDC is bringing to us. We have Kevin Carter, Amarillo Economic Development Corporation President, to present the item to us. He's busy.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
or
Kevin.
Evening, almost. Oh, sorry.
Don't say that.
Well, I just want to say thanks for approving that item before us. That is one of the number one questions I get asked when I go talk to Rotary and Lions Club and Sir Optimist and those kind of clubs is when are we getting certain businesses, so we can check that one off the list, and I think it'll be a nice addition to our community. But I'm super excited about the project that I'm bringing to you today. We've been working on this for a while. The project number is a February project number, so a little over a year. And so I am going to give you a little bit of a description of Horizon Ag Products. This is for Councilmember Smith, who asked me a tough science question. So I'm going to give you a description. I'm reading it. So Horizon Ag Products is a science and research-driven producer of innovative plant health solutions. We specialize in naturally derived plant health products for the global agricultural market. Horizon Ag Products is not a fertilizer company. We make fertilizer products perform better. Our technologies and finished products are used by fertilizer manufacturers and dealers to provide improved fertilizer performance by increasing nutrient uptake efficiency. Horizon Ag Products has developed proprietary chemistries for the broad spectrum of fertilizer delivery methods, including soil-applied dry fertilizer impregnation and foliar applications. So I hope that definition helps you, Councilmember Smith. I do. Before I get started, I do want to say that I'm very privileged to have Michael Farmer with Horizon Ag Products with us, and he'll be available for questions if you have any. But I want to talk a little bit about the location incentive agreement that AEDC board approved on January 19th of this year. This would ask for y'all to approve the location incentive agreement between Amarillo Economic Development Corporation and Horizon Ag Products. The highlights of the project include $20 million in estimated improvements in equipment to an existing building that has been underutilized over the last few years. That building is located at 421 Southeast 34th Avenue. That is the old Anderson Merchandising Building just off of I-27 and 34th. 40 new employees would be, bless you, 40 new employees that would pay above $60,000 a year. They would hire for this project. So a little over $2.4 million in new annual payroll projected. So the incentive, the location incentive agreement would be for $480,000 paid out over 10 years as the jobs are created and as they perform. So all of that location incentive agreement would be in arrears or as they perform. So the level of capital investment, and I do want to say that we talked about in the last presentation with Buc-ee's, is the incentive guidelines that were written. I will tell you, those are the best written in the state. I know it was a joint effort between the city and AEDC before I got here, and they are well written, and I will tell you they're being copied all over the state because I get questions asked, how do you do your incentive guidelines, and we have the best in the state, and it does give you, and it gives everybody a level playing field on what they need to do to get those incentives. So those were great comments that y'all made, and y'all are to be commended, especially Andrew Freeman and Doug Nelson and Brian Jennings, who helped write those for AEDC before I came to AEDC, so they're well written. So according to the incentive guideline, the incentive would be $480,000 over the 10 years based on their level of capital investment and the jobs that they're creating.
Questions, council? About the project? Frida?
No.
No, okay. I will just echo, that was one of the first things that Andrew Freeman took the reins for when he got here, and I want to give a shout out to the city manager and his leadership for that. Jared had seen the benefit of having that in other communities, and he said, what would you think about supporting that? Randall County, Potter County, everybody being on the same page. It sounded a bit ambitious to me, but I said, having been on the AEDC board, I knew how hard it was sometimes to coordinate the timing, and I thought it was a great idea. And so it took a couple of years to put it all together, but I think it's really set us up to be strategically advantaged in people looking at our community, and I love hearing that other cities across the state are looking at what we're using. So great job on that, Andrew.
One of the biggest things also, Mayor, is the consistency that we're using the matrix, and
Yes.
obviously you have the latitude to go above and beyond or below that, but it does give us that consistency that matters to people.
Yes, and the people making the decisions are on your board or on this council or on the city county commission. Those people are changing, so this framework gives stability to the process, even though different people are serving and sitting in the chair. So there's Doug Nelson. Good work on this, Doug. Appreciate that very much.
So what I'd also say is that I think another thing, whenever I came on city council, was the fact that you used to hear a lot of people saying, well, you're picking winners and losers, and this completely annihilates that statement, because anybody that qualifies at these levels on these matrix qualify for this, and it means that you're taking some risk and you've got to perform for you to be able to receive these things. And so I'm very grateful that we have this in place.
And to that fact, Councilmember Sauer, I think next meeting, hopefully, you'll see the fact that we have an existing business that's going to qualify for that. It's not just new and a shiny new penny. It's existing businesses. But we're super excited. Councilmember Smith, I told Michael that you would have a question, so you've got to ask him some type of question.
Okay, I'm thinking about it.
Okay. He's standing up for you.
Come on up, Michael. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
And Council. So
We are glad to have you in our city.
Yes, we are.
And, we are ag-based is one of the strongest parts of our economy. So any ag project is something that I think excites us, and we're glad to have something with a new twist on it. So even though we might not understand all the science behind it, it's something we can learn about, and we're glad to have you in our city.
well, thank you. We're excited to come.
Okay. You ready? Kevin Carter said you're not a fertilizer company, so explain how it
Explain
makes
the difference.
fertilizer work better. Is that what it does?
Well, what our products do, we're a bunch of chemistry geeks, soil scientists, plant biologists, people like that. And the rhizosphere is the zone in the soil where the nutrient exchange takes place, where what you put in the soil actually gets absorbed by the roots. And there's a lot of things going on in the soil. It isn't just, one of our sayings is stop treating your soil like dirt, because it's a very active biome. And over the years, with all the additions of chemical fertilizers, things get just leached out. And one of those is organic matter. And as science advances, they find out that the organic matter actually plays a significant role in the overall health of the soil and hits the plants. And so what we're doing is basically putting organic matter in a very concentrated form, say 100 times more concentrated than manure, that then acts in that rhizosphere to allow those nutrients to be more readily absorbed by the plant. So you can cut back on your fertilizers by 10 to 15, 20% and still get as much or more nutrient uptake by the plant, which then actually gives you a healthier plant, more yield on the crop, and that's where growers end up making money off of it as opposed to just saying, I've got a healthier crop.
Thank you. Cameron Carter couldn't have done that good.
So you're doing this without genetically modifying plants, which is one of the big buzzwords right now that they don't want, that people are against GMO type deals. And actually what you're doing is you're letting the plant do its very best.
What we do is just reintroduce into the soils what was naturally there, but then gets used. Every time you have a crop, things are getting used by the plant. So they replace N, P, and K, your nitrogen, your phosphate, your potassium, but what's replacing the organic matter that's in the amino acids that are all getting used and absorbed? That's where we come in, and that's why we've had a pretty successful run here over the last 20 years, is the crop scientists recognize you've got to have more than just N, P, and K to make a healthy crop. And awesome. That's Bayer Monsanto doing their high-tech thing. That's not us.
Interesting. Well, we're really glad to have you in Amarillo.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kevin or Mike? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys, gentlemen. Thanks.
Okay, Mayor, I move to approve a location incentive agreement between Amarillo Economic Development Corporation and Horizon Ag Products for a project estimated at $20 million in improvements and equipment under the location incentive agreement. Amarillo Economic Development Corporation will provide Horizon Ag Products $480,000 for the creation of up to 40 full-time employees to be paid out over 10 years based on a 10-year performance term.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve the location incentive agreement referenced in item 3B. Other questions or comments about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving to item 3C is a related item for a tax abatement agreement. Mr. Carter?
Okay, should have a presentation, hopefully. It was up. I'm sorry. I probably hit the button.
There it is.
Okay. Well, this is a tax abatement request on behalf of Horizon Ag Products. I won't talk about the company. We've already done that, but the opportunity is kind of what I stated. It was over $20 million of improvements and equipment that would be added to the building at 421 Southeast 34th Avenue. Project scope, $23.5 million total. Over 36 new full-time jobs. We wrote the location incentive up to 40 with an average salary of over $60,000 a year. So high-paying jobs, well above the median income in Randall County. The proposal is for 8 years, 80%. I know the agenda said 10 years, 100%, but that was a mistake on my part. Sorry, copy and paste is not always your best friend. But 8 years, 80%, according to the incentive guidelines, is what they would qualify for. You can see the economic impact. And like Andrew said, we use impact data to help with those numbers. And the net benefit to the city over a 20-year period would be $1.577 million. You can see the direct jobs pay $65. The spinoff jobs that come off of that are 44 spinoff jobs, and those pay $54,000, still above the median income and wage for Randall County. So incredible spinoff value. So the average of all of the jobs, that would be at least 80 jobs, would create an average salary of $59,000 a year. Here's the overall impact. Over 20 years, the overall impact would be somewhere around $200 million in taxable sales and payroll over that 20-year period. So about a $10 million a year economic impact that would help our economy. One of the great things about this project, you'd get 20% of the $20 million of improvements in equipment. You'd get that on day one. That's the best thing about this deal. So by doing the 80% for 8 years, you would get 20% right away, which would be about $4 million of taxable value on day one. Certainly answer any questions.
You ready? Okay. Mayor, I move to approve a tax abatement agreement between the City of Amarillo, the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation, Quasar Amarillo, Texas, LLC, RAH Arlington, LLC, and Horizon Ag Products, LLP. The agreement would provide for an abatement of future taxes on the construction and equipment cost at 80% abatement for 8 years on $20 million estimated cost of improvements in equipment.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell, seconded by Dr. Sauer.
To approve item 3C. Any questions or discussion about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Council.
Kevin. Item 3D is consideration of resolution number 208224.
All right, Mayor, thank you. We have Andrew Freeman, Assistant City Manager, here to present this item. This is the first of 2 housing tax credit program requests in front of us. So, Andrew, if you give us a little bit about housing tax credit program, and then also about this specific request prior to Mr. Balzan coming up and making the second one.
Yes. So we do have 2 today. I'm going to cover the background so he can then he'll just cover that specific project. But we've had this come before you many times over the last few years. The most recent was a 4% housing tax credit project, but it is administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs to direct capital, private capital toward the development of affordable housing for low-income households. They're awarded to eligible participants to offset a portion of federal tax liability. So basically, they're able to take those tax credits and turn it into equity for the project. There are 2 types. There's the 4% non-competitive, and then there's the one before you today, which is a competitive 9%, which takes in a lot more scoring criteria, and you compete within a region. Our main competitor being Lubbock within our region for the most recent application. Again, it was designed for equity financing, for maximizing the number of affordable units within the state's housing supply. It's also to ensure that it's maintained, operating, and serving as a credit to the communities in which they're being built by having standards in place in which they have to operate during the term of their agreements. And then as far as City Council's role, the points that are allowable in the criteria is 17 points are awarded if the municipality supports the application, and then if the municipality has no objection to the application, it is only 14 points. What we're proposing today for both projects is to offer resolution support to both, which would award 17 points. Basically, past practice has been just to approve them and let the state criteria have an even playing field, and then how they score at the state is who gets awarded the points. This allows these 2 projects that we have in this cycle to compete better against the ones in Lubbock. I believe Lubbock has 3 or 4 competing this cycle as well. As far as the location for this one, it's the Estacado Estates project, proposed to be located at South Washington Street and Southwest 58th, with a project cost of $10.9 million. And it'll be 46 units for the elderly, which is 55 and up. The rent range is $402 to $966 a month, with income levels being restricted to $15,000 to $34,000, depending on income levels. This particular development team has completed over 120 affordable housing developments across the United States. This is just the location on a map, so you can see where it's situated. This is a couple examples of other apartment complexes that they built, the couple of them in Georgia. And then as far as staff analysis, we've also always been very supportive, City Council has, on these projects. We've got well over 20 active and approved projects. It's a good way to encourage development in the multifamily market and allow some different housing opportunities for our citizens. This would add additional options in the southeast quadrant of Amarillo. It does meet our comprehensive plan goals of diversifying the housing stock, which specifically includes well-maintained, affordable elderly rental units. The proposed use is consistent with the current general retail zoning district. And then, in speaking to the applicant, if awarded by TDHCA, the goal would be to start construction early 2023 and would take approximately 12 months to complete. And staff does recommend approval as presented. I did want to mention that Ryan Davis, which with JES Holdings, is here in case you have any questions. He's their development manager on this project.
Any questions for Andrew, Council?
Andrew, what was the number of units per acre?
It's 46 total units, and I believe the site is just over an acre. Acre and a half, so they're a little lower. They could actually, I think, put a few more units based on our zoning code, but it'd be 46 units on an acre and a half.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for being with us here today. Yeah, any questions? No, but thank you very much. Okay, do we have a motion with regard to item 3D?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve resolution number 02-08-22-4 supporting an application for affordable housing tax credits to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs Housing Tax Credit Program by Estacado Estates LP, a private entity. Estacado Estates, a development for affordable housing for the elderly located near the northwest corner of Southwest 58th Avenue and South Washington Street.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve item 3D. Further questions? Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, passes with a 5-0 vote. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your patience in such a long agenda, too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good luck. We hope you get it. Okay, next item is 3E, consideration of resolution number 020822-5. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, this is a very similar presentation in the area of West Amarillo Boulevard and Plum Creek Drive, going to be presented by Planner Cody Balzen. Cody, take it away.
Thank you all. And
I'm
good
sorry,
afternoon.
Economic Development Specialist.
Yeah.
He's used to be one of our planners.
Moving
a very good
up,
planner.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Moving on up.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'll be presenting for this item. So this is for a resolution of support for the proposed Lantana Villas application for 9% housing tax credit through TDHCA. This is located at the southwest corner of West Amarillo Boulevard and Plum Creek Drive. The estimated project cost on this is $14.3 million. This would include 80 low-income housing units for the elderly. These include rent ranges from $330 to $839 for income levels at $15,030 to $38,640. This development team has completed more than 21 affordable housing developments. This is a location map for you. If for reference, the south yellow street there is Tascosa, and the big orange there is West Amarillo Boulevard, and Plum Creek Drive kind of circles it there. The star location is the proposed location. Here's a couple of developments that this development group has completed before. And then for staff analysis, this project would add additional affordable elderly housing options in the northwest quadrant, and this is close to our medical district, so that is a benefit for them. This does meet our comprehensive plan for diversifying Amarillo housing stock as it adds well-maintained affordable elderly housing units. This proposed use is consistent with uses allowed in the current planned development district it is in. If awarded by TDHCA, this project would move forward with construction about early 2023 and again take about 12 months to complete. Staff does recommend approval of this item as well, and I'll answer any questions. I do believe we have a representative here as well to answer questions.
Okay, any questions either for Cody or for the project representative? Welcome to Amarillo, by the way. No? Okay, thank you, Cody. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve resolution number 020822-5, supporting an application for affordable housing tax credits to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs Housing Tax Credit Program by RST Lantana Villas LP, a private entity, Lantana Villas, a development for affordable housing for the elderly located near the southwest corner of West Amarillo Boulevard and Plum Creek Drive.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Dr. Sauer to approve item 3E. Anybody have questions, discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that item passes with the 5-0 vote. And we wish both of you applicants well as you move on in that process. Item 3F is a public hearing and consideration of ordinance number 7954. Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. This begins the first of 6 consecutive public hearings and rezonings. 4 of them are to facilitate continued development in Heritage Hills. 2 of them are to facilitate continued development in Beacon Point. Chris Valverde, Director of Planning, is going to present 3. We also have Brady Kendrick, Planner, who's going to present the second 3.
Absolutely.
We can move as quickly as you want, or we can take as much time as you need and want to dive in and answer any questions you have. So with that in mind, Chris, if we can move at an expedited pace.
Absolutely.
Obviously covering the high points, but
yes,
be
sir.
prepared to answer questions from council. Take it away.
Absolutely. Mayor, council, good afternoon. This ordinance is to consider the rezoning of 4.58-acre tract of unplatted land. It's located in Section 65, Block 9, BS&F survey. The proposed change is from Ag to Residential District 3. The vicinity is Soncy Road and Heritage Hills Parkway, and the applicant is P-Dub Land Holdings. The applicant is requesting a change in zoning in order to develop the land with single-family detached homes, and they are consistent with the next phase of the Heritage Hills subdivision. The Planning and Zoning Commission believes that when considering the location of the applicant's tract and existing development patterns in the area, this is a logical continuation of single-family detached housing development and zoning. Therefore, they do recommend approval as presented. Notices were sent out to people within 200 feet, and we have not received any comments for or against.
Any questions for Chris?
I don't think there'd be anybody that would be there besides the Gophers to assist this.
That's about it, yeah.
Okay, great. With that, do we have a motion with regard to item 3F?
Mayor, we have a public hearing.
Oh, public hearing. All right. At this time, we will open a public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak for, on, or against item 3F will be invited to the podium and have 3 minutes to do just that. Is there anyone present who wants to speak with regard to item 3F? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and now entertain a motion.
Okay. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7954, rezoning a 4.58-acre tract of unplatted land in Section 65, Block 9, BS&F survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to residential District 3 in the vicinity of Soncy Road and Heritage Hills Parkway.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number, I flipped the page, sorry, 7954. Thank you. Any further discussion or questions about that motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes with the 5-0 vote. Moving on to item 3G.
This ordinance is to consider the rezoning of 18.89 acres of land in Section 65, Block 9, BS&F survey. It's located in Randall County. The proposed change is to change from agricultural district to moderate density district and is immediately south of the just considered rezoning request. The applicant is also P-Dub Holdings. The applicant is requesting a change in zoning in order to develop the land with a mix of single-family detached and attached housing, and is also part of the Heritage Hills subdivision. Like the just mentioned rezoning, planning commissioners believe that the location of the requested rezoning is consistent with the neighborhood unit concept and fits with the typical development patterns in the area. We did send notices out to everybody within 200 feet and got no responses either for or against. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this as presented.
Questions, council? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak for, on, or against item 3G may do so at this time. Is there anyone present who wants to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing on this matter and entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7955, rezoning an 18.89 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 65, Block 9, BS&F Survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to moderate density district in the vicinity of Soncy Road and Heritage Hills Parkway.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Council Member Stanley. Anyone have further questions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3H.
This ordinance is to consider the rezoning of a 4.88 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 2, Block 9, BS&F Survey. It's located in Randall County, Texas. The proposed change is to change from agricultural district to moderate density district. The vicinity is Western Street and Sundown Lane, and the applicant is the same as the two previous zoning requests, which is P-Dub Land Holdings. The applicant is requesting a change in zoning in order to develop the tract with a mix of single-family, detached, and attached homes, and is related to the Beacon Point subdivision. Although the location of the proposed moderate density is a little further away from the section line arterial than we typically see, it is located at the periphery of the subdivision and does border or straddles a collector street for the proposed Beacon Point subdivision. This higher density does act much like you would find at the corners. It does offer buffer to the less dense single-family development that is anticipated on either side of this particular location. Because of such, the Planning and Zoning Commission did consider this request appropriate and recommended approval as presented. We did send notices out to everybody within 200 feet. We have not received any calls for or against.
Any questions for Chris? Thank you. At this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 3H, consideration of ordinance number 7956. Is there anyone present who wants to speak for, on, or against item 3H? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion on this item.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7956, rezoning a 4.88 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 2, Block 9, BS&F Survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to moderate density district in the vicinity of Western Street and Sundown Lane.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell, seconded by Council Member Smith. Any further questions or debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to item 3I.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is a consideration and public hearing of an ordinance rezoning a 22.73 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 2, Block 9, BS&F Survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to residential district 3. The vicinity is also Western Street and Sundown Lane, and the applicant is P-Dub Land Holdings Limited. The applicant is requesting the change in zoning from Ag to R3 to develop the tract with single-family detached homes as part of the Beacon Point subdivision, and this tract is located immediately east of the just considered moderate density request. The Planning and Zoning Commission believe that when considering the location of the applicant's tract and existing zoning and development patterns in the area, the request was a logical establishment of single-family zoning within this section of land and would conform with the neighborhood unit concept of development. Notices were sent to all property owners within 200 feet as required by state law, and no comments have been received as of this meeting. Considering all of the just mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the request unanimously.
I've got one question.
Sure.
So, remind me, we had that meeting with Planning and Zoning to completely restructure, things. And was it R2 or R3 that's going away?
R3 is the one that will no longer be in existence.
So does this automatically then become an R2?
Once that is adopted, that would be the case.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the applicant's aware of that change?
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
Great. Good question, Eddie. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 3I. And anyone who's present that wants to speak for, on, or against item 3I, which is ordinance number 7957, may do so at this time. Seeing no one, will close the public hearing and entertain a motion on 3I.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7957, rezoning a 22.73 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 2, Block 9, BS&F survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to residential district 3 in the vicinity of Western Street and Sundown Lane.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell, seconded by Council Member Smith. Any discussion or questions about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that item passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3J.
This is a public hearing and first reading to consider ordinance 7958, rezoning of a 1.43 acre tract of unplatted land in section 65, block 9, BS&F survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to general retail district. The vicinity is Hollywood Road and Sauncey Road, and the applicants are Weston Lee Alphonse for Circle K Stores Incorporated and Seth Williams for Sauncey Road Investments Limited. The applicants are requesting this change in zoning in order to develop the site with a convenience store. The Planning and Zoning Commission believed that when considering the location of the applicant's tract at a section line arterial intersection at which there are other retail-related land uses currently developed, the request is a logical continuation of development patterns at the intersection and would conform with the neighborhood unit concept of development. Notices were sent to property owners within 200 feet of the request, and no comments have been received as of this meeting. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request unanimously.
Any questions about that item? Okay, we'll open a public hearing on item 3J, which is ordinance number 7958. Anyone present who wants to speak for, on, or against this item may do so at this time. Seeing no one, will close the public hearing and entertain a motion on item 3J.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7958, rezoning a 1.43 acre tract of unplatted land in section 65, block 9, BS&F survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to general retail district in the vicinity of FM 2186 and FM 2590, or Hollywood Road and Sauncey Road.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Stanley to approve ordinance number 7958. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that item passes with a 5-0 vote. And item 3K.
All right, item 3A is a consideration and first reading and a public hearing of an ordinance rezoning a 2.74 acre tract of unplatted land in section 65, block 9, BS&F survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounded streets, alleys, and public ways that change from agricultural district to general retail district. The vicinity is Arden Road and Helium Road, and the applicants are Weston Lee Alphonse for Circle K Stores Incorporated and Seth Williams for P-Dub Land Holdings Limited. The applicants are also requesting a change in zoning from ag to general retail district to develop the site with a convenience store. The Planning and Zoning Commission believes that when considering the location of the applicant's track at a section line arterial intersection of the future Loop 335 and Arden Road, the request represents a logical establishment of general retail zoning and development at this intersection, which would conform with the neighborhood unit concept of development. Notices were sent as required by state law to all property owners within 200 feet, and no comments have been received as of this meeting. The Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval of this request unanimously.
Any questions? Okay, at this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 3K, which is ordinance number 7959. Anyone present who wishes to speak for, on, or against this item may do so at this time. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing on this item and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7959, rezoning a 2.74 acre tract of unplatted land in Section 65, Block 9, BS&F Survey, Randall County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district to a general retail district in the vicinity of Arden Road and Helium Road.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Dr. Sauer to approve ordinance number 7959. Any questions or discussion about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote. Council, I would propose that we go ahead and do item 3L and then take a bathroom break and come back and do 3M and move into executive session. Is that all right? Mr. City Manager, will that work for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I'll hand the reins to you and Debbie.
All right, we have Debbie Reed, Director of Finance, here to present this item. This is a year-end budget amendment. Now that the audit's complete and we have finished everything associated with FY21, we are ready to wrap that year up. Debbie, take it away. This is going to touch 4 different accounts or funds, and we'll true up everything that we've done over the course of the last fiscal year.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. This is a normal annual budget amendment that we make after the year end is completed, and as Jared mentioned, the audit is pretty much wrapped up. We'll be going to audit committee next week and bringing that to you, to council, at your next meeting. So this is our normal year-end amendment, and we take a look at any funds where maybe expenditures exceeded the original budget, and you can see the 4 funds that are affected here. We have general fund, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on each one of these. General fund, the amendment will be $9,100,000. The local seized property fund is $185,000. Compensated absences fund is $800,000, and court technology fund just $2,000. And this is like I said, any line item where we have exceeded the original budgeted expenditures. We like to true that up at the end of the year. In the general fund, these are items, this was where we had the excess reserves at the end of the previous fiscal year, 9/30/2020. We've talked about these throughout the year. This was for the Amarillo hardware purchase, repairing the Amarillo Police Department elevators. We had Parks Administration offices work, and then we had some items in IT that were very important for both voice over RP and then protection against phishing attacks and things like that. So that is what made up those items, and it was in the interfund transfers line. We transferred that money over to project accounts for those particular projects. And really, each one of those you had already seen at a council meeting to approve that spending. So this is just truing up the budget for those items. In the local seized property fund, this is a fund where we estimate how much money we might receive during the year in revenues, but we're not sure until the end of the year. And as the police department brings in seized money, they come to council for most of those purchases because many of them are over $50,000. So that item was made up of firearms training, canine training, Class 1 truck, and bomb detection gear. So that's what was paid for but with that money in the local seized property fund. Compensated absences fund, this is another fund where we project how much we might spend in retirements and terminations. This is when we pay out sick leave and vacation leave that people have earned, and it's hard to determine exactly, so we always true that up at the end of the year. So that's an additional $800,000 in that fund. And then in the court technology fund, it's another fund where we just project what we might spend there. And they had one additional purchase for some cameras, to upgrade some cameras throughout the year. So this is just truing up those budgets, and it's a normal thing that we do at the end of each year. So I would answer any questions you may have. And I will say there was revenue in each of those funds to cover those expenditures.
Yes, Cole.
I didn't get that in the packet as far as the breakdown of that data. Is that something that I could get from you after the meeting?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, great. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to adopt ordinance number 7960, which will amend the City of Amarillo budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year as defined in Exhibit A to the ordinance.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Dr. Sauer to approve an amendment to the City of Amarillo budget. Any questions or further discussion about the item? All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, item L passes with the 5-0 vote. With that, we're going to recess for just a moment, take a bathroom break. Council, there is some food in the back room since this meeting is going to keep on chugging. If you need to get a snack, please feel free to do so, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Our agenda, Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. We have Casey Stoughton, Director of Public Health, here to answer any questions Council has. This is the implementation of one of the components of the grant that was accepted by City Council in September of last year to do the communications component or the marketing component of a number of deliverables from the grant. So Casey's going to just give us a real high-level overview and then answer any questions Council has. Casey?
Thank you, sir. Yes, as Jared said, this is just a piece of the grant that was approved back on September 28th. This was the round 4 vaccination round 4 piece of the CARES Act funding that we've received. And so there's several deliverables in this grant. One of those deliverables is that it says the recipient will fund and hire a dedicated health communicator to support and implement the jurisdiction-specific vaccine communication, education, and outreach. So this is fulfilling that those pieces of this grant.
Y'all have questions for Casey? I mean, there were obviously lots of comments in our public address.
I don't have any questions for Casey. This is probably more for Mr. Davis.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So, Trent, I know that when you guys go out for bids, a lot of the information is confidential, that you cannot release. But can you at least speak to the number of vendors that were bid, the number of responses received? And I think Casey pretty much covered the scope of the project and the criteria and then the expertise.
The number that was sent out I don't have, but pretty much everybody local. And then on public purchase, as you know, we use a third-party website to upload the bids, and they go nationwide. Mm-hmm. We received 5 responses back, and I'm going to say the name wrong, but Moderna Communications, Mary Coyne Marketing, Visit Healthcare, Grayline Media Group, and No Box Creative.
Okay.
And there was a group of 5 people that evaluated all of the responses. It was Casey, Carol Hill, her assistant, Jordan, Anthony Spinell, Director of Environmental Health, and Kristen, I'll say her name wrong, Walbart, thank you, that did marketing for parks at the time. And each one is done subjectively on their own, not, they don't get together, they do it in their own office on their own time. And the rankings points that they evaluate is experience with the city of Amarillo Communications, and that's valued at 20 points. Narrative response to the scope of work is 20 points. Knowledge of and experience with grassroots organizations in Amarillo is 20 points. Ability to staff properly and manage a grassroots campaign was 20 points. Knowledge of Amarillo demographics and neighborhoods is 10, and then references is 10.
Okay.
So each one independently did that, and then we purchasing, take and tally the points, and then rank. And then in this case, Mary Coyne was ranked number one.
Okay.
As the best evaluated respondent. Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
I appreciate that explanation, and so I totally understand that process. But for our citizens that are watching, and then the citizens that were here today asking those questions, and for transparency, I thought it would be good so that they could hear the process that you all go through, and not just on this particular item, but just about on every item. And it just depends on the scope of work, too.
Yes, ma'am. Our department and the department, in this case Casey, work together to develop the scope, put it out, advertise it, do it by state statute, do it by purchasing policy, city policy, evaluate it. Everything is kept confidential in our office until we're ready to make the award.
Okay.
No information in an RFP is released until this council approves it. If this council doesn't approve it, anything, not this, then no information is given out.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so I've got another question to ask, because I think it kind of clarifies what actually is occurring, because I almost think that there's a perception that something else is happening than what is actually happening. So September, the grant is brought in front of us. We've already discussed everything about whether we're going to accept this grant from the state.
12 million. How much, Casey?
This portion of the grant was $8.5 million, and it was an addendum to another grant, so it made it just over $12 million.
Okay.
So all that's happening here is the grant was awarded back in September. All we're doing is now going through the process of who is going to carry out the grant.
Right.
It's not like a whole new grant's coming in and we're doing something else. We're just actually saying this is the group that will now carry out the grant that we already passed back in September.
Right. This is the work of the grant.
This is working out. This is not, are we doing the grant or not doing the grant? We've already said we wanted to do the grant back in September. This is who is going to do the communication piece of the grant.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think that kind of
Good.
needs to be
Good clarification.
really clear for everybody. We've already jumped through all the hoops of, do we want to do this grant? Are we going to accept this grant from the state or not? We've already done that. This is just now awarding this piece of the grant for communications through an RFP to whoever does. And I think one of the things about this that I learned the hard way coming on city council is all of these things, they move so slowly, and these pieces come together, and they're months apart. And it's really hard to keep figuring out exactly where do all of these lanes fit. But this is just basically fulfilling what we've already agreed to do.
Correct. And I think the other piece that's really important of this in this situation is, even without this grant, we would be expected to do this type of work. We would be expected to provide vaccines and provide our community with this type of knowledge and information. We're just able to do it with much better tools. And so it's really important that we have it.
So basically, we still have a large percentage of our population that is really uneducated about the vaccine and the process. And I mean, I think everybody knows about it, right? But there's not enough education out there.
Correct.
Based on your comments, sir, We issued this RFP November the 8th, and we received it back in our department on the 9th of December. So between the 9th of December and today, it was evaluated, references checked, everything done. And you're right, it is, unfortunately, my process is slow.
It is what it is.
It is. And we sometimes are looked at badly because we slow down the process. But you can look at the timeline, and it does take a while.
But there are benefits to your process, Trent. And
Absolutely.
so we're not saying don't take that because
I know.
Okay.
It is.
It's just how things work.
Benefits and state law.
And state law.
That's what makes it fair.
That's right. We've set up as many boundaries as we can to make it fair. And so, Casey, let's do questions from this side. Do you have any?
I do. So, Casey, can you tell us a little bit more comprehensively the strings that are attached, the criteria with this money that $2.4 million, do we have any latitude of how we educate our population, what we educate them on, what this money could be used for? I know our booklet said advertising, marketing, and campaign. That would be severely late at this point in time in the game, to say we're going to have an advertising campaign about a vaccine that has already stopped functioning for what its intended use was, with different variants that have come out. So tell me how much latitude do you have with this money if it goes to Mary Coyne?
So the campaigns and the grant is specific to vaccine, and the vaccine is doing exactly what it should do. It's protecting people against COVID. It's also protecting against hospitalization and death, and that's exactly what it's meant for. So it's doing its job. I think that's the main thing. We want to make sure that people have the information that they need to make that right decision. There's also new information that comes out pretty regularly. Hopefully here pretty quick we'll have a vaccine available for kids under 5. I know that's really important at my house. And so there's new information that's available pretty regularly. And so that as that information comes about, then that is important to communicate to our community. There are the different pieces in the grant really talk about, or in this piece of the grant, talk about, utilizing, M-Track data and overlaying that with zip code level data and targeting needed those zip codes where immunization uptake is a little bit lower, identifying and really providing targeted education and outreach in communities where we can provide door-to-door education and town hall meetings and neighborhood association meetings and those types of things, and equipping trusted messengers. I think we talked about that last time with, back in September, equipping trusted messengers to really carry out those messages. So it's more than just a marketing campaign. It's really that grassroots effort to bring forward information.
So you obviously are noticing that we've been presented with new data. Things are not the same as they were 12 months ago, 18 months ago. Let me ask a question real quick. Off the cuff, do you know how many COVID vaccines we've given as the city, in the last 6 months or 3 months? What do you have?
Oh, I don't have in the last 3 to 6 months. I know the total is about 150,000. And we've certainly seen a decrease, and so that's why this is so important, is to make
How
sure
much
that
decrease have you seen?
I'd have to look that
Don't know.
information up.
Okay. With new information coming out, so like Pfizer CEO says that vaccine does not function against the Omicron variant, and that's his statement. So like we're able to utilize that type of education with this $2.5 million to let our public know, hey, this particular vaccine that you're, considering won't function in
So
the transmission or go ahead.
The vaccine is effective against Omicron. It may not be quite as effective as previous variants, but it is effective against Omicron.
Okay, so, like,
And I don't have access to what you have there, but I think it's important to know that the vaccines are still doing exactly what they were meant to do.
okay. So 32 months is the contract to advertise for this. Things have drastically changed in the last 12 months. They're definitely going to change in the next 32 months. You're planning on changing with those. So when they come out with another vaccine that's for the next variant or whatever, excuse me, you need to be able to advertise for that and promote that. Okay. Any of the concerns that were brought before us here today for VAERS, looking at this lady's report here, 1,088,000 reports, 32 months from now, that could be 3 million. Right? 23,000 deaths could be 75,000 deaths. Are we going to do as a community, are we going to do our job and advertise the VAERS data that has been confirmed? Because this is the CDC's website, right? They're responsible by law to keep this updated and accurate. So can we get this information in the hands of those people that are trying to make good informed consent about like which one is right for them and if they should or shouldn't take a vaccine?
I think, and we've talked about VAERS several times and how VAERS is to be used and how VAERS really isn't supposed to be used, and VAERS talks about that on their website.
Those cases are not confirmed.
They're not. That's
Just
right.
cases that have been reported. They're not confirmed.
So
reported by the public.
They're recorded by the public, by
unconfirmed,
doctors, by
undocumented.
anybody can put them on there. They're not confirmed.
Right. And I mean, we can talk about, VAERS information if we want to. I've got some
It's
pulled
just
up,
a
but
gathering
it is
pot
just a
for
gathering
all
pot.
potential
Well,
problems.
I don't necessarily want to go talk about VAERS, but specifically like the cause, why it's there. These companies wanted liability or immunity with adverse events. And one of the conditions back in, was it 1984, 1986, when they were granted this as manufacturers, was they had to keep their own database. And VAERS is a huge red light flashing system that is an alert system that's specifically designed to let us know when we have a problem. And so in the past, you have 58 cases of adverse events, and they shut the trials down. Now we have 1,088,000 cases, and we're saying, well, these aren't accredited cases. These haven't been verified. They're responsible by law to verify these, and I'm sure that lots of these have been verified.
So
I
on the
think what
CD,
you were asking was, is she going to rely and promote the VAERS data? Because that's what you asked her.
Yeah.
And I think her response back to you was, the VAERS data is not intended to be presented as confirmed, actual, ticked off, we know these cases actually happened. And so I think her answer to you is no, because VAERS data was collected, but it's not coming in the form of a report that's reliable for accuracy.
I think what we can say is that it is raw data that is absent any context or analysis. And those entities that are responsible, that their VAERS data is collected for, that are responsible and charged with analyzing that data, if they do come up with any usable information from the VAERS that then they direct us to advertise, we certainly would, if that was in the
I just wanted to. He
context
asked
of the
a
grant.
specific question, and I thought we kind of talked all around it. I wanted to hear the specific answer to his question.
and that answer would be no with that specific information.
Okay. Let me ask another question, just a little bit different. So there's a lawsuit right now. Attorney Thomas Renz is representing the Department of Defense. And they have, comparative analysis. So like from 2016 to 2020, they monitored vaccines in Department of Defense or military. And so neurological issues increased 10 times from a 5-year average from 82,000 to 863,000. So they have hypertension that's up 2,181%, disease of the nervous system 1,048%, malignant neoplasms 894%, Guillain-Barré syndrome 551, breast cancer 487. I've heard reports of miscarriages up 400%, cancers up 400%. How can we address this? Because these are concerns that citizens are bringing to me. And we need some way to have something, if we can't point to the VAERS because this is just a database,
So
what are we going to do to help if you're promoting the vaccine? Are you promoting it safe and effective?
Absolutely.
And if you are, how do we back it up when we're looking at this kind of stuff?
Yeah, so in looking at this, because wanting to answer the questions that were presented during public comment, the CDC does have a statement or has a web page that was updated on February the 7th. And the first line is COVID vaccines are safe and effective. So I think that's the most important thing to remember. They also talk about in all of the databases they have, including VAERS, that they have identified 4 adverse events that could be that would be related to vaccines. Anaphylaxis being one. About 5 people per 1 million would experience anaphylaxis, so that would be considered something that they would find significant. 5 per 1 million. Thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome. They have determined that they have noted that 57 people who received J&J and 3 people who have received the Moderna vaccine have experienced that. Guillain-Barré syndrome, they have verified 306 people who have received the J&J vaccine. And myocarditis and pericarditis, they have about 1,295 verified cases of that through their work. And if we're going to talk about death, they have, it says, they have received a number of, it says that VAERS received 12,102 preliminary reports of death, which is 0.0022% among people who received COVID-19 vaccine. CDC and FDA clinicians reviewed reports of death to VAERS, including death certificates, autopsy, and medical records, and they determined that 1 death was associated with vaccine. Out of 543 million doses of vaccine, I do believe that this is something that saves lives. And the Texas Department of State Health Services says that the COVID vaccine, the people who are unvaccinated are 20 times more likely to die of COVID. So yes, this is a product that is safe and effective for our community. And if we're going to get out of this pandemic, we've got to have an RFP. We've got to have more people who are vaccinated. We've got to have people have this information, not scary information like that.
But I think that to the question about the DoD information or about VAERS or anything else, there is a source that's responsible. There is someone whose lane that information falls in. Right. To come to the city and say, hey, we want you to tell us about this stuff that's not your information, not your ability or responsibility to analyze, is probably not something that we can do, probably not appropriate for us to jump into that lane, because there is somebody already there that's charged with it. I would refer them, anybody that has concerns about the DoD information, to the DoD or to CDC if they're a resource to the DoD on that, on whatever that is.
So let me take our lane, Mr. Miller, because I think that's really good. We should have a lane where we have a role that we look at, and not 2 sets of data from the same CDC. Because like the data you're telling me and the data that I'm looking at here are 2 totally different things.
So this data is analyzed. That data is not. That is raw data that hasn't been analyzed, which the VAERS website specifically says that data is not analyzed.
Mm-hmm. So everything that I'm seeing in this, like, so this right here, this is Senator Ron Johnson. And this is a ranking member on the Subcommittee on Investigations. So this was data that was presented at a testimony in a hearing.
I don't think that was a Senate hearing, though. It was conducted outside of congressional setting.
Right? So I mean, I'm looking at this in the way.
I think it was a committee
wasn't
hearing.
even in the.
He wasn't even in D.C.
He was
back
Wisconsin,
home.
I think.
Yeah.
So these items that are being placed before us that cause so much mistrust of this and hesitancy, we're going to advertise in a way where we can actually produce some good data. You're going to be able to show us the stuff that you're seeing in the way that makes sense. I mean, because none of this is really refuted, other than you're giving me a different.
The purpose of it is to let people know where the vaccinations can take place, where the testing can take place, how to get there, any information related to what we're charged to do with regard to vaccinating the public and safeguarding. That's
Is it
the purpose of
requiring anyone to take a vaccine,
It is
Casey?
not. It doesn't require anyone to take a vaccine. It doesn't. It doesn't mandate anything. It just provides an opportunity to provide information.
Can the money be spent on anything else? If we don't use this money to promote and educate the data from the CDC about vaccinations, can we use it on anything else?
We cannot.
So I understand, Mayor, that we've had a conversation. I voted against trying to or accepting this grant. I'm not trying to convince the council differently. I obviously would be in favor of not taking the money just because I don't think it's money well spent in an advertising campaign that's advertising something that we all know so much about. So I don't really want to contribute to poor stewardship, in my opinion. However, I'm not going to change your mind, and I know you're not going to change my mind. So directing this into an appropriate lane that we can be proud of, where we actually put up legitimate, verified, usable information that help people make informed consent is more my direct line of questioning. And do we have the latitude to do this? Are we given talking points? Are we given things from the federal government that end up in your lap, and you just have to carry out orders?
So I think we will we'll be able to develop those messages, and we will certainly provide information. As we move along, we will provide verified information that has been analyzed. So I think probably a little bit of both.
Yeah,
To your
and I would
answer.
love to bring you some things. I know we've
Sure.
all gotten busy. We've gotten off track from me communicating with you. So through our city manager, I would love to be able to let you educate me on why this documentation isn't trustworthy or shouldn't be looked at as a verifiable source.
I think we really need to focus on referring you to the people that can speak to that. I mean, we can speak to it in a very generic standpoint, from a very generic sense, but the people that are charged with reviewing that are the ones that need to be addressing it, not at the. I mean, changing national policy at the local level is not something that we have the capacity to do, or even charged to do.
But if we were able to get verifiable data that showed something more than one death from 520 million vaccines, if I heard you correctly, then we would have cause for concern as a city in putting $2.5 million to work to advertise for this and saying it's safe and effective. That's all I'm saying.
We then, though, have to be able to make the point that CDC, FDA, and those other entities that are providing the data, the analysis, and all those things are either derelict or in some other way providing us inaccurate information.
I don't believe so. I think it's their information that I'm referring to. I'm not looking at anything other than their
That's all
statistics.
we're putting out.
So,
And I did misspeak. It's 9, not 1. It's 9.
but if there were 10 instead of 9, we would have cause for concern, right?
Out of 543 million, I don't believe so.
How many people have died from COVID? Do you have a total number?
Over 900,000.
Well, that's in the United States.
In the United States?
Right.
Yes.
But is that a worldwide vaccination number you just gave, Casey? Or United
That's probably
States?
just the U.S.
Yeah, it would be.
So you said over 900,000 deaths?
In the U.S.
So,
We've lost, over 1,000 people here locally.
I just
Casey.
think it's a terrible thing to be talking about people as numbers. And we've struggled with that from the very beginning of this pandemic. But the truth is, when you just look at those numbers, we can get off in what Senator Johnson says or what Dr. McCullough says and different approaches. And I'm trying to pull back and just look at the numbers. I'm very moved by the mother and daughter that were here today talking about the journey they've been on. That's a very real journey for them. And they're making a personal decision based on her health needs, and I completely respect that. I know we all do. But overall, the numbers are overwhelming that the death rate of this virus is severe. And the numbers show that. And we've all lost friends. I've lost friends who thought they were better off not vaccinated. And instead I had to go to their funeral. So we have differences of opinion. There's space for questions. There's space for differences of opinion. But the numbers are real for death with regard to this virus. And I think that's what the CDC is trying to balance on a large scale.
Okay, with those comments, I call for the question.
You're making a motion then?
Yes.
So do you need a second to call for the question?
No.
So
I move to award the contract for communications and marketing services to support the COVID-19 vaccination program for the Amarillo Department of Public Health to Mary Coyne Marketing Communications, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $2,446,000.
Second.
it's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Dr. Sauer to approve the contract with regard to item 3M. More questions, more discussion?
One comment. I sincerely appreciate council and you specifically, Casey, being willing to let me sit here and ask you some of these questions and you doing the best of your ability to answer them with what you've been given. And you guys hearing me out and listening to this. This is a very important issue and not one that I want to breeze through on a 5-0-4-1 vote. And so taking the time to go through this, I appreciate you guys and hope to have better discussion and more discussion as we move forward. Thank you very much, Casey.
Thank you, sir.
And Casey, just the funds for this grant are coming from not in the city budget, not Amarillo taxpayer resident tax dollars. These are federal dollars coming from the CARES Act.
They are, and they're pass-through dollars to the Texas Department of State Services.
So if we don't use them, they go somewhere else, and there are people here in the city who might have information about vaccines. They might want to get that information, and it's not a requirement, nothing like that, but just I just needed the clarification that these are federal dollars.
If we didn't use these funds, we would still have to spend money to vaccinate people and to let people know where and how. And so we would still have to spend the lion's share of this $12 million grant. We're just spending someone else's money to do something we're going to do. In large part, yes, the content of the marketing might be somewhat different if we weren't getting this money. But we would still have to do it.
Okay. Any other questions?
What would we be doing to advertise? Newspaper, local magazine, internet, all of those?
All the above and then some. It's really pushing grassroots local marketing, so getting down to the neighborhoods and whatever mechanism you can get there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, all of those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
So I'm taking that as a no vote, right?
Yes, no.
Okay. Because you're not no to opposing it. You are actually opposed.
No or nay, specifically? Which one should
Nay
it be?
is fine. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that passes with a 4-1 vote. Okay. Thank you, Casey. Thank you for your patience in answering all of our questions. And thank you, Ms. Coyne, for your patience in sitting through a very long agenda. We appreciate that, too. The rest of our agenda is an executive session. So at this time, I would ask the city attorney to read our dismissal language, please.
Yes, ma'am. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, closed session of the Amarillo City Council was announced on February the 8th at 5:59 p.m. under the following authority. Section 551.071, consult with an attorney on a matter in which the attorney's duty to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct conflicts with the Open Meetings Act. Section 551.076, discuss the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices. Section 551.087, discuss commercial financial information received from an existing business or business prospect from which the city is negotiating for the location or retention of a facility, or for incentives the city is willing to extend, or financial information submitted by the same. Section 551.089, discuss security assessments or deployments relating to information technology, network security information as described in Section 2059 or the deployment of specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or critical infrastructure or security devices.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We are adjourned to executive session.